Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into our very last day right here in the Iesf European Regional Qualifiers. My name is DK, and of course, I'm joined by the lovely Neptura, and we are going to be taking you through all the crazy action that these teams and countries are going to be bringing on in. Of course, we've worked our way through 2 grueling days of very difficult games and very difficult matches. It was so exceptionally tough, and especially yesterday, it was really, really close. But today is where it all boils down to, right? Our top 16 teams are going to be duking it out to see who will make it to which slot on our overall standings. And of course, I expect quite a bit of pressure to come through here for today. But so, Neptura, as we mentioned yesterday, right, there is going to be a little bit of a change. We'll take a look at that once we get into our daily schedule. But of course, we are going to be playing through the 3 same matches as we did in the previous 2 days. Slight bit of a difference as to how we're going to be approaching that, though.
There is. It's a little bit of a difference, which I'm excited for because Sanhok is coming in first today. We're going to be seeing that right into the jungle immediately, but it's our only Sanhok of the day, DK. We are not going to be going back to it. I mean, for a lot of teams, probably they're quite happy to get it out of the way. Get straight into the 3 Erangels and the 2 Miramars coming up. But for me, I like to start off, action-packed. Get it out of the way, get it done, get it dusted. Let's get into some action.
Yeah, get that rumbling rolling, right? So we want to hit the ground running. And I think Sanhok is going to be the perfect opportunity for that. And I think what's going to be nice is that all our teams, they're all going to be pacing and playing their way through all of the 6 matches that is going to be coming in, right? So, in the group stage, they only played 4 matches each. Now, we're heading straight into 6, right? So it is going to be a little bit more of that endurance that is going to be tested here as well, right? Do they have the stamina and the mental fortitude to make it all the way to that very, very end? So there's going to be quite a bit of pressure on that. But of course, in case you forgot who was there, which countries made it in, here we have the whole beautiful list of them, right? So we have Moldova, Romania, Azerbaijan, Montenegro, we've got Georgia, Latvia, France, Belarus, Czech Republic, as well as Hungary, Lithuania, Serbia, Poland, Spain, Germany, and Croatia. So if you're here to support any of these amazing countries, be sure to show the players a bit of love in the chat. Already we do see Azerbaijan receiving a little bit of love. We got Czech Republic, as well as, of course, then Latvia. So we've only seen 1 or 2 France supporters in the chat.
It's probably because I'm here. I'm not in chat
maybe.
supporting. I'm in here instead, so yeah.
There's a Polish one now. We had a Polish supporter pop in the chat. There we go.
Love to see it.
Yesterday there was a lot of flags getting shown all over the place. So I really like that for the teams, but I'm curious as to who's going to be receiving the most support, right? Because realistically, Latvia, they've just had so many supporters turn up in the chat, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if that is going to be persisting moving through today, or if we'll see another country taking over with regards to that chat. So if you've not popped your country flag in the chat just yet, let us know. There we go. Look at that.
Whoa.
It is going crazy yet again. But yeah, always good to see. But so now, this is where I think things are going to get quite interesting moving into today. Aside from the fact that we are going to be hopping into the jungle for our very first match, I also think that the overall performances that we are going to be looking at for our respective countries is going to be quite different to what we saw coming through within that group stage. And of course, looking at the list of the countries that we have that have made it into the finals, there's only 2 countries here that are actually kind of new to this particular stage, right? And that is Latvia and Lithuania. All the other countries that we see here, they have been in this kind of position before, at least with regards to the European regional qualifiers. And speaking about which, here is our maps for the day. So we are going to be starting over on Sanhok, heading into a triple dose of Erangel before closing it up with our final Miramars. And this is going to be a big one. I think especially, Nep, once we hit game number 3, that is where we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a shift in the way that these teams look to play the game.
No, I think so as well. The other thing is that both of the final games are Miramar, right? So when you're talking about going into that midway point past game 3, you've only got one more bread and butter map before you get into Miramars, and Miramars are generally something where you see teams tend to struggle sometimes, depending on the team. Sometimes it's their biggest map, but other times it is going to be a struggle bus situation. So that really adds the pressure on that you really want to get as many good games in as possible before that if you're one of those teams.
And I mean, we've seen only 4 different countries take the victory when it comes to the map of Miramar itself, right? So that's where I think things could get quite interesting, because we've seen Romania, Montenegro, as well as Germany and Azerbaijan secure the victories in that lovely desert, right? So I wonder if they'll be able to keep that momentum going, or are we going to see somebody else rise to the challenge? In the meanwhile, of course, here is our tried and tested point structure, and this is how countries got themselves so far up those standings. I mean, Moldova and Romania, they just went crazy with the points.
They did. They really did, particularly yesterday. And I'm not so sure we'll see that right out of the gate from them today. But we definitely will want to be seeing some type of aggression similar to them. Because you're right, there's only 6 games. There's 1 day of finals. That is it. So you really are looking at being in those top 3 positions. You need to get as many elims as possible. You need to be an aggressive team, or not necessarily an aggressive team, but make sure you get points every game, right? If aggressive's not your style, but that's fine, then you need to be making sure you get top 3, you know, in a good chunk of these next few games. So it is a lot of pressure for a lot of these teams. The way, DK, that the leaderboards panned out over the last 2 days, right? So close, not that much of a gap between any of them. It makes me feel like today is going to be no different, and that is really where those last 2 Miramars are going to be super tense.
Yeah, I think it's at the end of the day going to boil down to who wants it the most. I mean, we did see Belarus, for instance, moving through the gameplay yesterday, also bring in quite a bit of that contentious pressure all the way in. I mean, game number 5, when they got into Erangel, stepped up with that winner chicken dinner. It was a pretty hot and spicy one, but of course that was the exact same match in which Croatia were trying to secure enough points to make it through. And fortunately for them, they were able to succeed in that challenge. And I think it is going to be a very, very interesting one to see exactly how these teams are going to continue to flow through it. Of course, Czech Republic, also a very contentious performance that we've had from them, right? Nick Levy, Yen Hitzi, they were just popping off every now and again. We could see, especially I think when it was looking into the map of Miramar. I think they kind of started to rise a little bit. We did see a good taste from that. And of course, yesterday was also the day in which France eventually decided, you know what, maybe it's time. Maybe we got to up the ante. We got to put all those tactics into play and see how far we can push this.
And I want them to do the exact same thing again today, because yesterday was a big step up from day number 1. We saw them actually do some really cool stuff. We saw them actually come into the top 5 a couple of times. Do they need to do more here? Yes. But yesterday was a good start, and I want to see that again from them. Georgia, another team that we saw so much of in day number 1. Day number 2, I feel like a little bit less so. But I do think this is a really good team, and I want to see them continue to be successful today.
Yeah, I mean, Makara, definitely I would say one of the standout performers from that Georgian side. Looking over to the side of Germany itself, also no strangers to making it into a hot pressure position like we are looking at right here. And of course for Germany it's no change, because they have mainly the same squad that we saw in last year's qualifiers as well. So they've shown quite a bit of that proficiency throughout the group stage. Now we want to see that follow through as we move into the finals here at hand. Hungary, they played a few interesting things, right? Grills especially. I remember a few of those pretty spicy positions they found themselves at. Gendo and back, as well as Cyrex also bringing in a good support there. The overall performance of Hungary, I think, also quite satisfactory. But yeah, we're not done yet. We have a few more to go. Of course, Latvia, one of the other countries that have been receiving quite a bit of love in the chat as well, right? So if you are from any of the other supporting countries, also just let us know in the chat who you are here to support. But Latvia definitely getting a lot with regards to that chat play here, and I'm gonna be looking at them, right? If you remember, day one, first map, Erangel, they stepped up to the plate. They said, you know what, it is ours. And then not too long in that day, on the other Erangel, we had Lithuania step up to the plate and like, you know what, we can do this too.
And then both of them didn't do that much in day 2. So they did enough in day 1 to make sure that they could stay in the finals, right? But in terms of them as a team, I'd like to see them be a little bit more consistent. You know, they don't have to win all the time, but it would be nice to have, you know, maybe a consistent top 7 result coming in across the day for them, for both of them. Because we know they can do it. We know they have that power. I just would like to see it a little bit more.
Yeah, well, speaking about power, Moldova, they've been showing quite a bit of that. Putting in the rest of the team, definitely utilizing all the strategies that we could see from their end yesterday. Montenegro, also one of those countries that were putting up quite a bit of a fight, right? Rogo definitely going out there looking to see what they can get done with the support of the rest of the team moving up alongside them. And we even had a few crazy plays coming through from Crazy as well. The name says it all, right? So it kind of creates that expectation of what we are yet to see come through from them. And of course, one of the other countries that we also saw quite a bit of effort being put in here was the side from Poland, right? Duku definitely doing quite a few amazing things alongside Kid and the rest of the squad.
They absolutely did. We saw a lot coming in from them. Actually, we saw them on our screens quite a bit over the last few days. They came in fighting another team that has a real shot here. I mean, they all have a real shot. They were all so close. So, you know, it does make it difficult to kind of go, oh, this team's struggling. They didn't really, all of them. Romania, we saw them with a back-to-back win over in day number 1. Again, they were quieter in day number 2, didn't really do everything we wanted to see from them, but they had done so much in day 1, there was no need, right? Just save your energy, save your strategies, and just wait a little while, just have some fun with it at the same time. Serbia, another one of those teams that certainly in the last game we saw just have a bunch of fun with it. Serbia had no problems whatsoever, kind of just rolling around, picking off teams. They were having fun, and you know, it's nice to see that, because now they're going to come in here refreshed, having a good idea of what needs to be done, having a good last couple of days behind them. They are feeling very good.
Yeah, definitely they will be feeling very, very comfortable. And of course, then our final country is going to be Spain. That has also dialed up the pressure as they moved through the last day of gameplay, well, which was yesterday, right? So it's all going to boil down to what these teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield as they step up for that final push, the final 6 matches to be the decider, right? To see where they end up, who can walk away with their shoulders and their heads held high and said, you know what, we did it. We made it all the way through the European regional qualifiers. But so one thing that I'm quite curious to see is last year, France, Romania, and I would say Serbia could have even add Belarus and Azerbaijan, right? Those 5 countries. They were very contentious with regards to their plays on the overall standings. Poland also right there in the mix alongside them, right? So I want to see how they are going to look to change it up moving into today, right? Because as we've established, the pressure is going to be on, right? There's no more qualifying. This is it. This is the final push in the regional qualifiers, right? So I want to see how they're going to measure up against the competition, but also I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on, I'd say, Latvia and Lithuania, because they've really just surprised us, right? The first day, as you said, they did quite a bit of work, so much so that day number 2, they didn't really have to be all to face, right? There wasn't a lot of stress being applied to them, so they could just quite comfortably move throughout the day. So I want to see how the evolution of that is going to come into play moving into today's final few games.
No, I agree. I will definitely be keeping an eye on them. I also want to see, like I said, more from Georgia. I want to see how they're going to be playing this, because I feel like in some games they did very well, in other games they kind of struggled a little bit, and with this being the finals, a lot of these teams are going to really up the ante. I mean, I think France has a lot more to play for. I think Romania is going to be coming up there. Moldova, Montenegro, both have shown they can be very, very aggressive teams when they want to be. I want to say also, I feel like there's one more in there. Serbia. Another team that really, really knows how to play very aggressively. Spain as well with the macro. So yeah, Georgia, Latvia, Lithuania, Czech Republic as well. I'd like to see a little bit more from them and just really keep an eye on them, see how they play.
Yeah, well, of course, when you're showing the love for the countries, you can see quite a bit of the support now starting to trickle on through in the chat. I mean, you could put a few of those finger hearts in, you could put any supportive emotes in that as well. So let's see how far these countries are going to go. And if you want to be as bold as to give us your predictions as to who you think is going to be taking our first winner chicken dinner, let us know, right? Because if we look at the performances that we've had, which is not necessarily going to be indicative of anything for today, we have seen Romania, Macedonia, as well as Georgia secure themselves those winner chicken dinners on the map of Sanhok. So the pressure is up. Let's see who will be the ones to come in clutch and get that very first winner chicken dinner. The pressure is going to be there, so I'm really looking forward to it. Now, big question though. Both days, right? Day 1, day 2 of group stage, we've been seeing hot drops. Do you think we are going to be having the same moving into the finals?
I think Sanhok, there will be hot drops. I think the rest of the games, there won't be.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm hoping for hot drops. Hot drops,
Same.
yeah. I'll take
Love
it.
hot drops.
I'll take it. You don't have to ask me twice. I'll just say yes. Where? Yes.
Yep.
On the map, somewhere there. We want to see the hot drops. We want to see the action. And I think it's actually been quite exciting as to how the players and teams were going about it, because we've seen a lot of the hot drops coming up into bootcamp, right? Bringing back of those good old days when everybody, almost the whole entire lobby, used to drop down into bootcamp, and it was absolute carnage and chaos. But it's good. It's good to see the teams, stepping up for a bit of a challenge. So I'm curious as to whether or not we can have a little bit of that there. Whether we're going to go over towards the side of Paradise, are we going to have a few altercations over in towards None, or will Trifecta be the spot to lock down in our one and only Sanhok for the day? Or will be revealed pretty soon.
I mean, I feel like whenever Sanhok actually has only one in the day, it always goes Trifecta. So
yeah,
I mean, Czech drops Trifecta, and they might have a really, really nice game. If they get a win right out the bat, I feel like that could do some good things for them. We'll have to see. But yeah, Sanhok and Trifecta go hand in hand a lot of the time. We'll see though. We'll see. A lot of flags in chat. I'm seeing a lot of Romania. I'm seeing Czech now being mentioned. I believe that's Belarus. Yes. Also being mentioned there. A lot of Latvia. So much Latvia. So lots of stuff coming up in the chat as well as we wait for our first game. When's it gonna be, DK? We gotta get into those hot drops, into that action.
Yeah. One of the other countries also getting a lot of support there is going to be the side of Lithuania, right? So Lithuania, Latvia, it makes sense why they've been performing so well, because they've been receiving so much love in the chat. So yeah, let's boost it up. Let's see who's going to get the most support. I like the fact that some of the viewers are just saying the word Latvia. Yeah. Right. They just go like, yes, this is the country. I can't find the flag, but this is the country. This is the name. This is who I'm supporting. Like, we want to see them do a great job. And I'm pretty sure they'll try their utmost best to do exactly that. But yeah, I think as we are going to be proceeding through the matches here today, things are going to really start to tighten up. And yeah, I wonder who's going to hit the ground running, because, I mean, we've seen in previous seasons, as we've mentioned, right? That's essentially kind of all that we have to go on, is what these teams have been doing. I mean, Serbia, Romania, Poland, I'd even go so far as to say Montenegro and Moldova having a very similar kind of setup with regards to their roster. France, of course, also having essentially the exact same roster as we've seen previously. So there's a lot of that synergy within the players, within the squad itself. So I want to see how they're going to look to try and capitalize on those opportunities, right? Of course, as we've also then seen a few of the new faces that have made it up to here performing quite well, even though it might not be the same players that participated in the previous year. That synergy is just there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. Romania as well. Those players have been playing together for years, so really hard to kind of break that up. But I will say a lot of these teams been doing a pretty good job of that so far, so we'll see. I wonder if the same sort of strategy is going to be coming out from Latvia, though. I mean, it's different if Sanhok is the first game. A lot of people like to kind of not really think about Sanhok too much. It's a little bit of a throwaway map for a lot of players, but I wonder maybe either the first game or the first Erangel, Latvia will be doing a very similar thing of just hey, let's get the first win, and then we can kind of coast through the rest of it. So we'll see.
Well, we'll see indeed, as we are hopping straight into the action for game number first here today. It is going to be an interesting one indeed, as we've of course established numerous times before. The flight path doesn't matter all too much when it comes to this lovely tiny map. It is tiny in comparison, of course, to the other two. So let's see where or who is going to be looking to get into a little bit of that early game action, as we have Georgia moving up on towards that northwestern side. Of course, as you mentioned, Czech, they love to drop in towards the trifecta region, and that is exactly where we see them going. Romania, though, going for a very northern positioning, right, all the way up into Tatmok and Kau. So I think that's a good spot to start off with, kind of just keeping themselves ever so slightly away from that pressure. But boot camp is locked down by Serbia. And
only Serbia, funnily enough, for once. So no hot drops over by boot camp right now. We do have a hot drop over by Paradise Resort. You do see Spain going head to head with, I believe, Montenegro over there. So that's going to be something to definitely watch out for. So far, the split is pretty even down the middle of Paradise. There's nobody in enemy territory just yet, but this is where you kind of have to loot and figure out what you want to do here. It kind of looks like Spain might be trying to get out of dodge. They don't really want a fight just now, but Cave looks busy as well. Lithuania able to actually bring in one of their the first blood of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty hot and spicy in that direction. But let's see whether or not Spain and Montenegro can kind of settle their differences right here. Both countries are going to try and find a controlling position, controlling bit of a portion over here. Azerbaijan also not too far away, just going to be holding over towards that side, but the zone has essentially centered up towards the northern bridge, right? That's going to be prime real estate, and looking at the playable area, there's already quite a big reduced chunk of that being taken away by that water itself. So yeah, the teams will have to either be proactive or get quite aggressive if they are going to be looking to establish a good position moving into this next zone.
Poland and Latvia seem to know that each other are there. At least Poland seems to know. They seem very, very quiet over here. Very sort of calculated in their moves, not wanting to make too much noise. Romania, they've been over here for a good while now. They know this area really, really well. And actually, the zone is going to support them in that. The zone, rather, has gone over to the north side. So a little bit of that northern island in there, but it is mostly going over to Kau with Tatmok sort of in the center there. So very, very good for the teams up in the north. Not so good for the teams down to the south. And to be honest, DK, half the lobby is down to the south side.
Yeah, that's interesting kind of spread that they have going for them right there. But of course, we are going to be looking at that blue zone closure. That is going to take 4 minutes. So they don't have to be all too phased, really. They do have quite a bit of opportunity still to get themselves properly looted up. It is going to be curious as to how France and Germany are going to look to rotate up, because essentially those are the two teams or two countries that are the furthest away from zone, right? So they have quite a bit of ground to cover. So I'm going to be looking to see whether or not there's a little bit of that proactiveness coming in. Are they going to try and get an early position, or Are they going to ride that blue wave up in towards the zone? Of course, there we can see the zone itself. Now, we do see the players there from Croatia also holding up in towards Kampong, slightly in the direction of Lakawi as well. And then, of course, we've got Lithuania all the way down into Quarry. And I think this is one of the instances where we could actually go like, you know what, Quarry is not a bad spot, because they don't have anybody in the vicinity that could look to contest them. Speaking about contention, though, it's going to be Moldova and Hungary fighting themselves in a bit of a back and forth kick. The first one to get knocked on down for their side. It doesn't count that loss has already been eliminated, but kick has taken quite a bit of damage, and now they're down to 2. It's going to be pudding and watch me.
Goodness me. Well, Hungary starting to make moves a little bit, and that's kind of what you want to see. Stage 1, I feel like a lot of these teams, maybe the zone has scared them off a little bit, but the team's playing a lot more cautiously right this second than we have seen in the past. But there's a little bit of finals coming into play there. There's a little bit of the super north zone coming into play there as well. But nice to see some of these teams already have some elims on their side. Spain not being one of them, but looking for some potentially here. Moldova in their sights. It's a good little spot they've got as well. This is a really nice little trifecta area up between Tatmok and Paradise. Very, very highly sort of contested. It's a very busy area with all the rotations that generally come through it. Belarus as well have an excellent position in the zone. They're really, really on board with that. But they got a lot of teams coming in on all sides, and Azerbaijan being one of them. Nice little trade there. That's just going to put a stop to any sort of push that might come through on the side of Azerbaijan. But Spain do still have to be careful, as do Azerbaijan actually, because there are a couple teams behind them as well. So at this point in time, it's probably not the wisest decision to go for a full-on fight, just because there's so many teams around you.
Yeah, I would agree with that point, because for the time being, you're just trying to stop the advances, right? You're not necessarily trying to get eliminations. You just want to make the other teams in the surrounding area, you just want to make sure that they know, like, to not come in this direction, because we are gonna try and stop you as best we can, or just try and keep you kind of at arm's length. So we do see quite a bit of a convergence of teams in towards the center region. Georgia, though, starting with a little bit of an altercation onto the side of Romania in that northern positioning, not too far away from here. So all the teams slowly starting to condense, slowly converging into this region. I think that once we hit the next phase, or potentially the following phase, stage 3, that is where it is going to be each country for themselves. Everybody is just going to be looking to lock in those eliminations and strong positions.
Yes, indeedy. And I like how all these players, or all these teams, are actually playing this. They're playing it cautiously, they're playing it slowly, but look at the amount of kind of points that we've had, the amount of interactions that we've had here, only in stage 1. I will say I like how France is doing this. I like how Germany is doing this. Latvia and Croatia have kind of found each other, which is unfortunate, but this is a fairly good timing, I feel like, for rotating through the blue. Of course, Lithuania as well, also in there, but they've just made it outside of zone now. So, for Latvia and Croatia, this is a bit unfortunate, but the idea was good.
I was just looking at Chris. Chris was chasing up behind one of the Croatian players, trying to see if they can catch them to score the point. But unfortunately, the blue zone beat Chris to the punch, right? So there we go. Chris eventually found the box, but, you know, talk about a bait and switch, right? Oh, chase me, never mind. It's over now. But you don't get informed that the chase is essentially over. Of course, speaking about the teams, though, the countries are going to continue to apply themselves as they move further and further afield. Croatia, as you can see, up towards that northern positioning now, having their numbers starting to dwindle ever so slightly. Of course, nothing too concerning just yet. You were talking about Germany and France starting to rotate up. Lithuania also, I think, with a very cautious play, right? Not going to be full sending it. I think they are looking to potentially just ride that zone to try and pick up stragglers along the way. That could also be a big brain play in and of itself. Czech Republic, on the other hand, positioned all the way in towards Hatin, also just kind of buying time across that way. do you think they're going to look to swim their way across up into Romania, or are they going to rotate over the bridge right up in towards Georgia and Belarus?
Well, I don't think they're going to use the bridge because Georgia lost 2 doing the same sort of thing, so they know that Romania is over there. They know that there's a contest somewhere. They might try and third party it if they have a boat, but otherwise I feel like moving in behind Romania into Cal would be their best bet here, somewhere like that. I do like what Romania has done, as Croatia go down actually, so they've been found out in the blue. But I do like what Romania has done is that they moved into that area just across the river. And just to make sure that their spot isn't really taken out anywhere, it's not contested at all. They stopped Georgia in their tracks. They knew that teams were going to be coming over either by water or by bridge. And so they went in and they were aggressive in the timing sort of way, right? They were preemptive is probably the better word. So I do like what their attitude is looking like. The only other thing is that for them, they need to be a little bit careful that nobody comes in behind them. We do know there's some teams trying to go in that direction in the blue zone and possibly Czech as well if they go for that rotation.
I'm looking at the zone slowly starting to pressure these teams, moving them further and further forward. Latvia coming in alongside Germany. So there's going to be a little bit of a rush being applied on that front. Poland, though, with a very comfortable spot just on that eastern front. But as we look down towards the southern side, we could also see that we have France, Lithuania, as well as Hungary also just trying to lock down that southern position. But Germany, they are going to try and ride that wave, look to see if they can get ahead of the pressure that could be coming on in. It does seem like Czech decided to go for a bit of a swim. Now they find themselves at the mercy of Romania. The zone is going to be pretty much sticking to the side of Paradise Resort. I mean, for Montenegro, as well as Azerbaijan, and I'd even go as far as to say Serbia, things could get very interesting right about now.
Czech, that's about as interesting as they're going to get for Czech. They go back out to the lobby. Robs is the next to fall. And remember, France tried this before. This is a very, very similar sort of terrain to how they actually, I believe it was Lithuania yesterday, they took them out. But Lithuania's learned, and they're actually going for that wide wraparound, so it means that Tree once again is the solo left for France. Not sure how this keeps happening to France. They just, I don't know if they seem to just go one by one all the time. They're not really playing as a team necessarily. I'm really not sure. But something's got to change, right? Yeah.
They just utilizing a very deep-rooted strategy.
Okay.
That's how it's working. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Hungary that will be finding Tree up against that rock and sends them backing as we are moved down to our final 12 teams. We've already said goodbye to Latvia, Croatia, Czech, as well as France. So let's see now who will be bringing in the next bit of a exchange here as Lithuania find themselves up on the hill. Hungary just looking up, waiting patiently for them to crest that angle so they can start popping off with the hits. But center zone though, Nep, still getting even more contentious as we proceed.
Yes, indeedy. Ooh, nice little spray there onto Poppy. Azerbaijan grabbing their first elimination, and it's going to be Keystone who picks that up. He's still being a huge support for his team, huge frag for his team there. But everybody always wants the center, and so that's where you're going to start seeing a lot of those things coming to light here. Germany now picking off, was that Lithuania? Somebody from Lithuania there, and Romania over to the north side, making sure that they have as much of that territory for themselves.
Well, territory is going to be absolutely crucial at this point. I'm pretty sure I just saw one of the Georgian players out in the blue still for some odd reason. Not quite sure what is happening over on that end. As we do see Cloud, I believe it is, situated quite comfortably within the zone. Their teammate, I don't think, is going to be making it out in one piece just yet. I think with that also, it is now just Cloud that is left to defend the honor for their country. Now, looking down towards that southern side, Lithuania still quite reluctant, not going to be moving up. as they want to see where that zone is going to be taking them. Romania also with a very spread out positioning here, but this is where now it's going to start taking a bit of a different shape because Belarus will have to move out. They are going to be heading in the direction of Moldova. Germany, I think they have a sweet position. They are quite comfortable with their rotation moving forward in towards zone, and they can actually see quite a bit all the way into the side there of Lithuania.
They can, but I think Lithuania need to move ASAP here. They have a hill, that is true, but the other hill's also in zone, and I think they could have gone and gotten it before Hungary did, because Hungary now are starting to make that push over to that high ground. So I believe that's Lithuania kind of done in terms of what they could have done to get inside of zone. Poland, on the other hand, having a little bit of problem. There we go. That's going to be them taken on out, and just in time as well, able to get those two players revived on the side of Romania. So we have officially lost 5 teams in Stage 4, one of our slower games, funnily enough. But Georgia down to a solo. Moldova now starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. Belarus need to start making moves as well. Belarus need to be moving in, so that Moldova actually falling down slightly gives Belarus exactly what they need to move on through. But I tell you who doesn't need to do anything, and that is Croatia.
Yeah, they have a very, very sweet position because they are currently sat in the lobby, right? Very comfortable spot to be in. But who also
Serbia.
has a good
You're
position
right.
is going to be Serbia. Yeah, that's where I was heading with it. But now it's going to be up to Romania to see how they're going to look to get themselves positioned in towards the zone, because so far they are playing a very similar Sanhok to the one that we saw from them all the way in day number 1 of the group stage, right? Very aggressive, you know, bucket loads of eliminations coming their way. But are they going to be able to secure that consistency? That is going to be the key. Meanwhile, it is now Moldova trying to survive as Watch Me gets rushed. It is going to be Belarus knocking on the door, kicking down windows as they try and find the opportunity. And it does seem like they might have succeeded as Moldova gets sent away. Down to the final 9 we go. Spain down to that solo as we saw a little while ago. Now going to try and just hold on as long as they can. Romania going to get backed up and shipped out. Montenegro coming through, finding a nice opportunity there. But look at this though. Azerbaijan. Hardman again with the utility, trying to sneak in a few cheeky claims here.
And fair enough, this is really nicely played from Azerbaijan. They found that the zone was, or rather that the fight was finishing up, and they knew they're out inside in the blue zone. The blue zone is ticking quite heavily now. There's probably reses to be had, etc. So Azerbaijan just able to hold off onto the edge of zone, throw those utilities in there, just stop him from moving, is a really, really good play from them. It is going to not, it doesn't mean necessarily points, right? Rogo is probably going to go out to the zone here, but it does mean one team out of the way. The back has been cleared. You are good to go on that front. So nicely played from Azerbaijan, well timed. Romania, I'm surprised that they actually lost that fight because they've been on a roll, 8 eliminations, but still great game for them. And we're starting to see a few things start to happen. Hardman down for Hardman and Hisk now for Germany. They're going to be dropping quite quickly there, but it is going to be Lithuania and Hungary, and Lithuania did exactly what I wanted them to. The only thing is that Hungary has this compound right below, so this is really nice from both teams. This is exactly what they needed to do. Lithuania did it a bit too slowly, I feel, but for them this must have worked. 4 points on the board so far, and with these suppression nades, they're actually doing a lot of work onto Hungary.
Yeah, I think this is a phenomenal position here for Lithuania, looking to just pressure Hungary to see if they can open up or potentially find a bit of a vulnerability in their defenses. Hungary, they're not going to be falling for anything just yet, right? They are going to try and just keep themselves in a good position. A lot of that utility now coming into play, especially from the side there of Lithuania. Hungary trying to deploy as many smokes, trying to keep themselves safe for the time being. Whoever, though, is not going to be safe is going to be Montenegro, as they will get taken on out over towards that eastern side. Spain also going to be falling alongside them as well. So we are left with only 6. Serbia still in here. but they've not laid claim to any points just yet. They are hopefully going to start doing that pretty soon. Now, trouble finds themselves in, as the name suggests, a little bit of trouble, but not too much, as Hungary does make their way out of here. Lithuania going to be banking on a few additional points, but now it's going to be a race to see who can lock in this next position, because the zone in a very, very risky spot, right? The only thing that you have to play with here is essentially terrain, because there aren't any real major compounds within play. Of course, you can try and ride the edge of the blue as long as possible, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to try and push, and the only potential spot with decent coverage is where Serbia finds itself situated.
It is indeed, and I was just watching Serbia because they have 0 eliminations so far. They haven't really done anything this entire game. They haven't had to. They've been able to let that zone come to them, let those teams come to them, and now is the time to start making some noise, start placing some boundaries, and pushing away some teams. So, we'll have to see how that works out for them. At the moment, Malaz is trying to just hold off Germany on this side, but there's 2 up here that are just kind of biding their time, kind of waiting. They're in zone, or mostly in zone. Slashy's not in zone, actually. So he needs to move in. There we go. That's going to be the first one. Yeah, Melaz goes low, but Slashy goes lower, and now it's just Tokyo. Possibly able to do something. Great little nade there. Goes a little far, but it does the damage. That's going to be an instant knock, and that's going to be the instant finish. It's got to be, not quite. Moves off a little bit. But Tokyo's a solo. This is all he can do at this point in time, and keep those nades coming. Melas is going to be able to get that res, though. Super, super easy. He just dropped down the cliff. All good to go here. The nades are flying elsewhere, though. We've got Azerbaijan Khan. Went out to a nade. He's going to get finished up by Serbia, so that's going to be a quick little stealing of the point there. Lithuania on the other side do need to move in, but they're behind a burning vehicle, and it kind of feels like this might be the end for Lithuania.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, this is a big brain strat coming through from Serbia, right? As you pointed out, they were just sitting here waiting, not getting involved in any altercations, and that of course means that they've made it to this point of the game with a whole bucket full of ammunition. They've got all their meds, they've got everything they need to apply themselves into this final push and, you know, turn their sights to a potential victory. In the meanwhile, we will see yet another country getting taken out of here as the shots continue to find their way in. And I mean, this is now essentially between Belarus and Serbia to see who will be the one to lay claim to that winner chicken dinner. We still have Germany in the fight, right? Tokyo still going to be holding on, but Ramzik now letting it loose, sending out utility after utility, finding Koa as well as Melas, and this is now where things will show you. That was Maxa. Definitely now a very sticky situation. Oh, Melas getting caught out by the tree. Ramzik just leaning into that spray down. And it is now essentially a 2v2 showdown as Serbia decides to leave their wounded players behind. Germany gets picked up as well. And now Biscay letting a few of the utilities out here, trying to see if they can find Ramzik. But I love this off-angle play coming through from Belarus, looking to just to amplify that split angle positioning that they have available to them. And this could very much go their way.
Oh, Melas doing so much work for his team right now, but that nade might just spell the end of things here. No, not quite. Crazy work there. Ramzik goes down to that nade. Melas, the MVP for his team, 100%. That's twice now he's taken out a player with just one sliver of HP. And that does mean it's a 1v2 right now. No, 1v1. It is a 1v1, just there's 2 knocked players there for Belarus. That nade!
He's gonna get it. He's gonna forget about it. Oh, the damage is there though. Melas could get this one in the bag as Melas v Melvin. Who will be the one to get it? The shots are there, the meds are in, and the shotties come in clutch. Serbia. Oh, stepping it up. What a performance. I mean, that was a little bit too close for comfort, right? A little bit too close, but fortunately we have the replay, the final blow cam, to see how exactly they got into this position. But you gotta give it up though. Belarus and Serbia just making for a very exciting finish to this match.
100%. Here we have the other, the other POV there, just missing his shots, allowing Serbia to be able to come in clutch there. And GG Serbia, GG's Malaz. He really carried that team quite a bit, right? Twice in those final few moments, he went down to 1 HP and still managed to clutch out the knock, clutch out the win of those altercations. So big GG's going over there. Malaz, the 3 elims. 400 damage, yeah, it is a lot more than the rest of his team, so definitely putting in that work. A big GG's going to Serbia.
Yeah, big congratulations for them. A very well-deserved victory indeed. I mean, but of course, you know, we can't shy away from what we just saw happening there on the side of Belarus. Very, very contentious performances on either side. I mean, both countries finishing up with exactly the same amount of eliminations. The distribution a little bit different, but still very, very similar. I mean, Ramzek finished on 3, Melas finishing on 3 as well. Then, of course, we had Koa as well as Biscay also coming through with those 2 eliminations on their sides as well. But looking at this, again, throwables, not surprisingly, sitting decently low, right? Only on 81. So a very good play coming through here. But yeah, the team's definitely keeping that pressure up. And of course, no surprise to see those driving distances not being that far. But I am noticing that we have 58 eliminations getting bagged throughout this entire match. That is quite the steep number.
That is, yeah, there's a lot that goes into that, and a lot that goes into these match rankings as well. Serbia with those 17 points means that with those 7 eliminations, with 7 eliminations and 1 placement. Sorry, I saw a placement at being like 1 point. I was like, that's not right. Anyway, 17 points total is correct. That's the number on the screen. And Belarus with 13. So still able to keep up with those, to kind of counter those placement points, right? But 13 is really good. Then it goes down quite quickly, but very close behind Belarus. Azerbaijan with 12, Lithuania 11, Germany with 10. So quite a few double digits in here. Really, it's only Spain and downwards that seem to have struggled a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, still some heavy hands getting dealt with regards to those eliminations. As we can see, all the way from 1st to 7th, hitting an excess of 5 eliminations each, right? So very, very aggressive gameplay coming through here. But of course, there are going to be a few countries that won't be able to pick up any points because they went out a little bit too early and they weren't able to find any of those eliminations. So hopefully there's going to be a bit of an opportunity for them to start to bounce back. Latvia coming in with only 2 points as well, which is interesting to see. But as we know, it's only the first match of the day. So there are still quite a few opportunities for the teams to try and bank on even more points. But a quick bit of a comparison here between Belarus as well as France. You can see damage numbers looking very similar, but the elimination count does differ ever so slightly. Of course, a lot more assists over onto the side there of Belarus, coming through with 12 versus the 2 that we saw on the side of France. Speaking about France though, we also did see a little bit of support coming through for them in the chat as well. So, you know, we gotta love it, but the chat is just lighting up with the love here for Belarus. And I think rightly so, because Belarus, they performed exceptionally well, contesting that position against the side of Serbia. But I think Serbia played a very interesting position also then, right? As we've mentioned, keeping quiet till that very late stage in the game, and then kind of almost as if out of nowhere, just rising out of the ground, and they're like, here we are. We've got all the meds and all the ammo we need, and now we are going to go for it. And, well, as we know, they succeeded.
They did indeed, but now we have to turn our attention, I feel like, to the next games coming up, DK. The Erangel's coming up. Sanhok is over. The jungle is done with. What are we going to see now on these bigger maps? Are we going to see those hot drops? Because we didn't really see any hot drops over on Sanhok. There was just that one in Paradise. Erangel's a much bigger map. There's less need, really, to go into those hot drops as well. how are Serbia going to come out into Erangel after this win? How are Belarus going to be changing things? How are France going to be changing things? You know, Romania as well, with some big numbers coming in there. It's going to be interesting to see. I wanna know what we're going to be heading into soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one indeed, but we'll get into that right after our quick break. So enjoy the highlights from this past match, and we'll see you in a short few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, Serbia starting us off with match number 1, coming through victorious with that winner chicken dinner in the jungle. But now the big question is, as you've said already or asked, what's going to happen on Erangel? We have 3 back to back to back. So there is going to be a great opportunity for the teams really to get into the flow of that and really showcase some phenomenal gameplay. Who will be? Don't quite know. But what I do know is that we've actually seen quite a few countries lock in with those winner chicken dinners on Erangel itself, right? So we've seen Latvia, we've seen Moldova, we've seen as well Lithuania, and then of course Belarus. All 4 of those countries have claimed winner chicken dinners over on Erangel. So it could be either one of them, or it could be an entirely new country deciding to claim the victory, right? As we saw with Serbia really bring in quite a bit of a contentious play when it came over into this, making it difficult for Belarus to get that somehow. They just managed to survive it, right?
Yeah.
They were just ducking, dipping, and diving their way through the shots that were coming in. Some very close calls in that last match, but maybe we'll see even more of that as we move into our second match of the day.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I think that's highly likely. It's almost improbable that we won't, right? I think there's a lot of teams that are aching for that action coming into the Erangel. All the jitters are gone now. They're going to be getting into the meat of the finals here. I do wonder if Latvia is going to be doing something here. Lithuania as well. I feel like maybe they want to recreate what they had in the first day. But otherwise, Belarus looking very, very busy, very much wanting the Erangel coming in there. Just Milaz came in and said, no, you don't, it's mine actually. So I feel like Belarus will still come in again into this Erangel and really give the other teams what for.
Yeah, I think that is what we could be expecting to see, but I just like the way that the rotations and the kind of approach just to the zone in general changed in comparison, right? Previous 2 days was vastly different to what we saw being played out here today, so I want to see how that is going to evolve and how that is going to influence the overall performances. But I think more importantly, Neptura, this is where I want to ask you, where do you want to see the first zone go once we make it into Erangel, right? Because we've seen it in a few different positions, but I personally want to see it go in the direction of Everest.
That would be fun. That would be fun. I could see that being a thing. That would be super cool. Also, I mean, I was gonna say maybe Stalber as well, but we see a lot of zones go there. That happens all the time. What about down by Primorsk? Let's go somewhere that's not usually done that much. We got a little bit of that western bridge in there, a lot of water to contend with. Georgia will like that. They like their rotations. They won on Sanhok with the rotation. So, yeah, I could see Primorsk being fun.
Well, we'll take any spot, but it'd be great if it went to either of those, right? So, yeah. Unfortunately, we're not in a position where we can decide where the zone is going to be going. If we could, I think it would make for some very challenging gameplay for our respective countries here, because yeah, I think we'd choose locations that would work and bring a lot of action, which is of course going to be quite difficult for the teams to play through. But yeah, let's see where it goes. Hopefully it does bring in a nice bit of a balance, right, with regards to where the flight path is going to be making its way through, as well as where that zone is going to be finding its way in. Of course, yesterday we did see quite a few interesting plays up on towards the foresty area just north of Ferry Pier itself, right? There was quite a bit of a difficult game to be had right there. So I want to see, will we see a similar kind of response on that side? Of course, remember, Georgia was one of the countries that found themselves over towards that western side, trying to kind of break in, trying to see if they can open up a few of those angles, a few of the potential plays. But it was pretty hairy, maybe even a bit scary. I don't know. Could be any of those. But yeah, we are going to be heading into that. So, of course, for our viewers, if you've got any predictions as to who you think is going to be taking our very first Erangel winner chicken dinner, be sure to let us know in the chat. And of course, if you don't want to do that, just shout out your country, right? We've been seeing Azerbaijan getting a lot of love here. We see Serbia, we see Georgia, Latvia. We have Belarus in the mix, as well as Latvia, Lithuania. Yeah, essentially almost everybody getting some love being shown here. We'll see who and where all these supporters are coming from. But yeah, do let us know. So, all right. So we've kind of established where we are going to be looking with regards to those zones where we potentially want to maybe have them go. But now we are going to find out of course, pretty soon where that flight path is going to be taking us. And we've seen a few interesting mixes as to how that flight path kind of makes its way in. But we've not really seen any flight path that was, I would say, extreme, right? Like really cutting off a big portion of the map. So far, flight path, I think, quite balanced, quite kind to the teams, ensuring that they could essentially pretty much reach to wherever they wanted to go. But now the play is going to make its way on in, as I do hear the drone of engines starting.
Yes.
You can hear that slight little hum.
Just a little bit.
It's starting to rattle.
It's getting there.
Pretty soon we'll be in the air and we can see exactly where our teams are going to be going. But yeah, so what is it that you would look to see coming into this match? Of course, let us know in the chat. In the meanwhile, I'll ask the same question to Neptra to see what her answer is.
Oh, putting me on the spot just like that.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I'm looking at Georgia, I'm looking at Romania, and I'm looking at Latvia.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll go for Moldova, and I'll say Belarus, right?
Nice.
Because Belarus, they played a strong game.
They did.
Knocking on the door there of Serbia. But of course, another one that I want to see is, I'll say, I want to see Poland, right? Poland and Spain. I want to have a little bit more on that end come through as well. Maybe Erangel is exactly the map they need to start popping off the way that we want to see from them. Croatia could also definitely look to dial it up a little bit, but hey, we've only had one match. Anything can still happen in the remaining 5 games. And there's only 2 maps left. Erangel, and then a little bit of that desert. So, yeah. We'll find out where exactly they are going to be going. The plane should be kicking off pretty soon. Just making sure that everybody is in, that everybody has their seatbelts on and properly fastened, and that there's not anything that could get caught along the way into that match. But yeah, let's see. I'm hoping for a little bit of a position. I want to see the zone. If the flight path is this, right, then I want to see the zone like over here. Yeah,
Same.
I don't want it to be complimentary.
Yeah. Let's just be toxic.
I wouldn't say toxic.
I love it.
It's strategic, right? We want to have it be a bit of a challenge. Can't be too easy.
Yeah, but the
You
thing
gotta
is
work for those chickens.
Yeah, but then the thing is that when the zone does that, then you kind of have to throw your strategy out the window a lot of the time. So that makes it difficult, and so it's not really all that strategic. Strategic's not the word I would use for it. Fun, definitely.
Yeah.
Love that for us.
Yeah.
For them, they hate it. They hate it so much, and sometimes I'm just kind of like, I don't really care. I'm so sorry. I want you to do well, but I also want to be entertained.
It's strategic from our point of view, right?
Okay.
Because it's gonna deliver quite a bit to the battlefield.
I see.
So we'll see how that all pans out. But yeah, just a few moments to go.
Yep.
Some interesting things happening while everybody's getting ready to hop onto that plane. But yeah, so far I think we've had some very satisfactory bits of action. I mean, we did have a few hot drops as well, right? Nothing too aggressive, nothing all too crazy. But I wonder if we are going to have maybe a potential bit of a repeat from that. I mean, because looking at what we have, for instance, like Poland or what we saw from Montenegro, like both those countries dropped down and everybody was just like, they just went, right? They just full sended it, looking to see just how far they can get themselves situated in position. Are they going to be able to dodge their way on through? Of course, we'll be finding out in a very short moment. And well, we are going from the east over to the west, and it does seem to be quite a centralized flight path that is making its way through. So I think Everest could still very likely be in play here.
Absolutely, and the thing with this zone, right, is that unless it hard shifts right down to military base or up to Stallberg, etc., then you're actually looking at the zone being inside the flight, or the flight path being inside the zone at any which point. So that is quite comforting for our teams. They're not going to be subjected to our tyranny in this match, at least, and they will be able to have a relatively normal game. We'll see. We can't count all our chickens just yet, but it looks that way. It also looks like we're not going to really be having any hot drops just yet either. So Romania going to have Milta to themselves. Croatia got Lipovka. Yasnaya looks like it might just be Moldova over there, just going to have that to themselves. Lithuania moving over across the school area. Latvia moving up further ahead. Yeah, no real hot drops just yet. Potentially over by Poland. It looks like there's somebody with them there. Not sure who that might be. Azerbaijan and oh my goodness. DK, it's hard shifted, man. It's shifted down to military base.
I got what I asked for. I said I wanted the flight path here and the zone over there.
Yep.
And it happened. Hey, we got Millie base though. Hey, this is gonna be exciting.
I love this.
Tough rotations. Everybody's gonna have to try and send it down south. And this is an opportunity for potentially either Belarus or Poland to get themselves situated on that bridge to set up a bit of a camp. And also, Romania and Serbia could look to do the same thing. So we could have a little bit of a contention for teams trying to establish that controlling angle. But the rest of the lobby have the opportunity to either get down to business, right? Get up close and aggressive, or go on a looting spree. Latvia, that seems like they are going for that play, looking to get themselves up. But now, we also then saw over into South George, right? We've got Hungary and Spain, again, finding themselves in very close proximity with an addition of Germany in the mix here as well.
Yes, indeed, and a long way to zone they have to go. We also see Belarus hightailing it for zone. I don't mind this actually from them. Very, very early rotation. They don't want to be caught out with everybody later on. That's entirely fair. Poland have the same idea, and it does look like, oh, Belarus, you don't want to, okay, yeah, so basically what's happened there is Belarus were tracking down Poland, hoping to be able to really get into them before they reach the other side of the bridge, but they have. And so Poland now will be able to gatekeep them. So I think Belarus are going to turn around, or at least scout it out a little bit more before they enter the island area. Germany, on the other hand, going to be in the middle of a fight here. It's Slashy versus Back. Slashy does have some backup with his teammates there. Can't really say the same for Back just yet, but Grills is pressuring from the left-hand side as well. Yeah.
Well, at least for Back, they don't find themselves with their back against the wall, right? There's still quite a bit of an opportunity to play through. Grills finding themselves in a bit of a standoff here, but now it's the big one. Will Hungary aggress onto Germany, or will it be the other way around? I mean, both sides standing a very fair chance right here, but Back poking out the window. Ooh, this could be a very cheeky play to be had.
Could indeed, as long as he does not give away his position, right? But Hungary basically have this place kind of surrounded. They do need to be careful of that off angle from Shum, though. Shum could be devastating, especially if he can find an angle onto Back there. Kendo, though, should be able to spot him from his rooftop. Cyrex cooking that nade. Thinking about it, at least. But how long... Wait. How long do you let this go? Especially when you look at a different color that's shown up on the map, on the mini-map there. Third team coming in, looking for a third party. That could be unfortunate for both these teams. And so, how long do you let this go? I mean, at this point, you can't really back off. Hungary can't even back off. They're too ensconced, so it's going to be a little bit of a problem potentially here. Tokyo trying to dissuade the nade from coming through. Not sure if that was really all that successful. Shum's trying to
I'd say on. No.
You'd say no?
Because we did see that nade. Yeah, that nade still came right on in. Ooh, look at that. So Spain, of course, being that other colored dot that we saw moving in on the map. And this could be a great opportunity for Spain to play a very strong third-party positioning. Of course, they've now essentially kind of wrapped themselves around the spot here. And I think, fortunately for Hungary, there's nobody to their north, right? So they can only focus forward. But finding yourself in a position like Germany here, it's pretty difficult to decide where you're going to focus the majority of your power towards, right? Is it going to be on your nearest threat, which is, of course, Hungary at this point? Or Are you going to try and find a way to circumnavigate not only Hungary, but also that Overwatch position being held by the side of Spain?
Well, Spain look like they're actually going to make this a full-on push here. You can see on the mini-map 2 more players from Spain moving into a little bit of an off angle. Maybe they realize that this fight is starting to go on down. They're trying to get into a third-party position. Hisk, meanwhile, able to do some work with one of them. The Uzi's the next one, but kind of low ammo on both sides. There we go. Germany able to kind of lay waste here to Hungary. But this is the problem. Both of them need to be reset now. Oh, Shum! GG's being that bait mode there. Kendo gonna be going on down, and that means Hungary is out of play here. Back to the lobby they go, the first on Erangel to leave.
But I think there's also a good play coming through from the side of Spain. They kind of held the angle there, trying to see if there's a potential opportunity to be had. Now, quickly just retreating to the edge of that blue, but I think essentially for Spain here, even though they might be enticed to try and pick off a few of these plays, I would say maybe consider hopping in the vehicle and just getting ahead of a position in zone, because that way you can kind of do a bit of that drive-by gameplay, but also at the same time, you don't have to worry too much about using up all your meds just yet. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Montenegro looking to see if they can find a little bit of something here at the expense of Azerbaijan. Paul holding nice and steady, but a very quick, decisive play being made, and that is Azerbaijan out of here as well. Montenegro now really starting to ramp up those points. Of course, France, they're going to be on gatekeep mode, as we can see them towards that western bridge. There's going to be Georgia that would be testing them first.
Interesting that Azerbaijan goes out so early, right? They were one of those teams that were really doing some work over in Sanhok, but they will be going out early here. Maybe just that gives them a little bit more time to rethink what's going to go down in the next game. I don't know. We shall see. France, though, okay. With the
Yes.
island that we have, okay. With what we can see of the map, we know there's nobody on the other side of the bridge. So it looks like France are actually being quite slow. But they don't know what we know, so they're being careful. They're also probably looking to gatekeep a few teams here, so this is very strategic from France. The zone does help them in that, right? But I would... no, never mind. I was going to say, I would almost argue going across the bridge would be more helpful to them. But you got 2 major teams quickly making their way in there. So at the end of the day, I feel like France probably got a really good spot here.
I think they do, but they are definitely going to get tested, especially with Georgia holding just outside of their reach. And then also the addition of potentially Serbia or Montenegro that could be rolling in there as well. The stakes are going to be pretty high. For Germany also then, things are looking a little bit more challenging because they are getting caught out in the blue. Spain has not disengaged just yet. They are just riding the storm. We do also then say goodbye to Croatia, as they will not be making it any further. So 3 teams already out. Now, it's going to be Romania waiting on the bridge, at least with 2 players. The other 2 are busy looting it up over in towards Novo. But Czech, towards the northern side, they're going to look to see if they can maybe find a way to rotate on up. And Spain, going in full force. They want to pick it up. They want to try and stop Germany right then and there. But even though they might pick up a few of those eliminations, I think for Spain, this could maybe be quite a costly decision to make.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love this. I think they probably will win, and so in the end it makes it worth their while, but I really don't feel like Spain should have waited as long as they have, because now it's going to be a really rough position getting into the next few zones, because 2,600 meters plus, I mean, okay, the only thing they probably are thinking at this point is that they are waiting so long that everybody's kind of will have been thinned out by this point down to the south side. So maybe this is all part of the play. They know they can get those 4 limbs, so they're going to stay up in the zone, bide their time, and wait until everybody's kind of gone to the lobby already to make their play in.
The only problem with that is that's not the case, right? Because we've only lost a few teams, not a vast number of them.
True.
And looking towards that Western Bridge especially, things are pretty tight. It's not going to be an easy rotation for them in any way, shape, or form. And I mean, the East also not looking any better either, but that is a different situation. And I don't think that Spain would be looking to rotate to that far eastern edge. It makes no real sense. But now for Serbia, Czech, Lithuania, and Romania, somebody's got to claim that eastern side, especially with the zone that is going to get ready to move now. There's a golden opportunity to do exactly that. And Czech, they're going to run straight into the defenses, or rather the strategic hold coming through from Romania. And this could get a little bit messy.
I really like what Poland is doing, though. Immediately going to the middle of zone, straight rotation into where they need to be, and setting up for that end game. Looks really nice for them. On the other hand, you also have Belarus, who will also be making similar plays. Serbia still out in the zone, just waiting for an opportunity, but you can't wait too long because the zone is going to start really ticking away at that damage, at your health, and it's really blocked up over onto the eastern side. Maybe try the western one.
Yeah, but they don't quite know that, and they are going to find it out the hard way, as we now have Koa getting hit there by the side of Czech Republic. So Serbia already feeling quite confident as they've had that winner chicken dinner, but their third player now gets knocked, and this is absolutely devastating. But fortunately, Biscay, very quick on the reaction, does help to alleviate a little bit of the pressure now starting to mount as Lithuania comes in right alongside them. So that is Serbia holding on to the two-piece, looking to see if they can maybe find a way to get out of here. But also still then, Czech Republic waiting patiently on that bridge. I don't quite know why they're waiting, because they need to get their butts to zone. The blue is going to absolutely demolish them if they spend too much time waiting for something that could not even happen.
Yeah, yeah, we're seeing this a lot from several of the teams here, I feel like, over the last couple of games. A little bit too hesitant, well, not hesitant, but slow. I think Czech could have easily made a move much earlier in the day. You're starting to see it now, kind of, but Lithuania is right behind them, so now you're rotating together. Now Romania has actually gone ahead and come to the forefront there, and will be also waiting in the blue zone, but they have more of a reason to do it, right? They're super close to that zone. They're just waiting for any stragglers that are already going to be super low, and I feel like Czech might just be that team that Romania is looking for. Romania themselves looking a little bit low there. 5 elims to their name, but the Meds need to come on up. Silence the last player standing for Lithuania, so no win coming in from them at this juncture, probably. Especially when you go straight to Latvia.
All I'm seeing is that Moldova, Latvia, Lithuania, and Czech, they're all going to fold in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Right, because once we hit stage 5, that damage is ramping up. Right, it's not playing, it's going up. See, Czech getting picked up, down they go. Yeah, Lithuania, they are out of the mix. Now, there's still a little bit of a engagement going over towards that eastern bridge, but the western bridge rather. But I think over on towards the eastern side, it's not going to be an easy finish for any of our squads that we have situated there. Belarus, though, going to look to ramp it up rather, as they're going toe-to-toe here with the side of France. We got Navallo as well as Tree. Navallo looking pretty good with regards to the HP. But where is Tree? Tree might be looking to get the res in. Snowix might not make it. Oh, so close. But unfortunately, that is France now left with a two-piece. Utilities coming out here from the side of Belarus, trying to smoke it up, trying to put up as much cover as they can. Because in the next few moments, the zone is going to start to move on up. Good thing, though, at least here for Belarus and France is they're on the short side of the zone. So the blue is not going to close in all too quickly. But we do see Romania also now having a pretty tough run as the blue just absolutely whipped them up. Latvia also making a mad dash trying to get themselves in. Looking at the map, though, Germany, Tokyo, absolutely blessed. Right. A good position, just chilling in the water, out on the edge of zone. Nobody's going to fight, and a little bit more than half the zone is in the water.
That is crazy. What a zone, man. I mean, I know all these teams are just crying. Now, Georgia, with their hovercraft moving in onto Belarus and going, hey, what's up? I'm surprised that France actually got in as far as they did, but now they're just going to be biding their time, waiting very quietly. Georgia making an appearance is a little bit problematic for France because they could really use that south side angle, which is now taken up by Georgia, but we'll see how they're going to play it. Right now, Georgia are really looking over towards the likes of Montenegro. But Georgia, on the other hand, losing one to France, so France definitely trying to make an entry point somewhere. Belarus hearing this, and they're kind of just going around and around in circles, DK.
Yeah, it is a very confusing position to look at here, but you were talking about France looking to rotate towards that southern edge, and it does seem like that is what they are looking to commit to, at least for the time being. Poland and Spain, though, very, very close to each other in towards that more centered angle off the zone itself. Serbia also positioned just over on towards that eastern side, alongside, well, the remainder of Romania. So a very costly decision, I'd say. Redox getting popped, and yep, that is the end of Redox as Dooku just lays into them. But let's see what France can do as they come through from the southern side. Now left with that 3-piece. They've got the 2 eliminations up already. And if it's up to Georgia, they are going to make it quite difficult for France to continue their persistence in this game. But now Poland trying to do everything they can to pick up a few trades along the way. Narvala rushing on forward, and that is an absolutely ballsy move right into the side of Georgia. But they do find 2, and now it's up to Cloud to see whether or not they can survive the rest of this match.
I like how Georgia have been playing it. I like how France have been playing it. They've been doing some good work there. Poppy does go down for Spain. I mean, Overlaid came in and chose Violence, but unfortunately Violence chose him in the end there, so that's going to be Georgia eliminated there. Ked also in this shack, just chilling away. Poland, full squad for Poland. Really nicely played from them, but again, they've been kind of in the center zone since the beginning. Serbia looking to try and do something against that. Lots of nades being thrown here. They've already got 1 knock on the board. Can they make that 2? It's quite possible the way these nades are looking. Oh, that could be it. Yes, that is. That's the 2nd knock. That's going to be an almost instant finish. Is the res going to come through? Can they make it come through? I mean, they do have Ked on that off angle just waiting for somebody to peek over there, but the nades are doing all the work for them. And that's the problem. Yeah, Ked gonna be taken down to a solo just like that. Poland crumbling against the nades of Serbia. And Serbia just gonna be like, thank you very much, we'll take it.
Yeah, I think this is a good rebound coming through from Serbia. Definitely riding high on the success that they had in match number 1. They were struggling a little bit to find the same kind of footing that they had, but it seems like they've now recovered quite a bit. Now, you said Ked, the solo here for Poland. Let's see whether or not Ked will be able to survive. We have a few solos out in the drink as well, right? Blank from Spain, holding towards that northern positioning alongside Tokyo, all the way from Germany. So, yeah, the north, if that is where the zone goes, is going to be an exceptionally ridiculous position to play out of. But France also looking quite decent here, right? Yes, they only have a 2-piece left. But we saw what Rob was doing in the previous match, so there is still quite a bit of hope for a successful run here. But the terrain, though, just so challenging.
I mean, Moldova doing what they need to do as well, right? Not as heavy hitting as we're seeing some of these other teams be, but they have a house. They have hard cover. They have many players to their squad. Looks like a full squad there. No, 3. They have 3 players. They're kind of just chilling. They don't need to move. I don't know why they're moving. Don't move. But we'll see. And meanwhile, Narvalo. Don't get knocked, Narvalo. Goodness me. Okay. So now it's just Rob's down to that solo. Narvalo did have 3 elims, so that's different. Bisk is looking for for that finish onto Poland, and Ked nearly gave it to him there. That's just going to tickle the health away. Really well done from Biscay. What nades coming in from this team in general, I have to say. But 5 eliminations total for Serbia. Like you said, the big comeback coming in for them. And now they have room to move. As you see them moving around, they've got the advantage of the high ground a little bit there. Some really nice ground to be taken up. They have the loot that they need. It's looking very, very good for them as we hit our top 8.
Yeah, it's looking quite promising indeed. And it's an interesting position that we see here from Belarus, right? I was about to say that they've got quite a bit of a position or an angle to play over on towards the remainder of Montenegro. But now that has improved even more so because Montenegro has to move in their direction. So I'm curious as to how Belarus is going to look to get themselves set up here. You can see Montenegro just trying to stay low, trying to stay out of sight, at least for the time being. But we also then have Robs just holding to that side. So there could still be an opportunity for a few of those third-party plays to be had here. Laza and Amy keeping it nice and quiet. Moldova, as you've said, right there in this little compound here. There's no need for them to move, even though the zone has shifted up. It's still the case, right? No need. Just hold it, just wait, and just defend your current territory. Serbia, I think, are going to be looking to apply quite a bit of pressure as they also are yet to make any kind of a decisive move here. But fortunately for them, they've sent Biscay out, right? Biscay is within the zone, has locked down at least some kind of a bit of a position, so they know that they can rotate up to try and play for that late game and maybe make another one for the chicken.
It's interesting that we got those 2 solos out in the water, though. They have survived a long, long time now as Latvia do go down. No repeat of day 1 for them. Rob's being very, very low here. There he goes. That's going to be the hovercraft taken out along with him. So France will go out in 7th place, but they go out with 4 elims as well. So not a bad start for them either. Moldova, though, still in it. 3 players up. But it's got to be Serbia. Montenegro and Serbia looking very good in those elims counts as well. 8 and 6. So they've really done a lot of work here. One of our solos out in the water is going to go out here. That's going to be Germany, leaving us next. And so we have our top 5, DK.
Yeah, here we are. Belarus now still looking very, very good. Oh, this looks a little bit dangerous. And a little bit dangerous, at least for the side of Montenegro, right? Belarus getting ready. Montenegro, though, not going to be backing down as they do deal quite a bit of a devastating blow into the side of Belarus. Oh, the hits trying to connect on up. It is essentially a 1v1. The nade is out. Oh, if not for the tree, that would have been the end right then and there. But it's going to be Demchik now quickly just pushing up, looking to see if they can find the angle. A little bit of strafing, the HP going so extremely low. But one quick play could still clutch it out either which way. Montenegro could have it in the bag, and they do, as they end the run right there for Belarus. Down to the final 3 we go, as even more now starts to crumble. It's going to be Serbia starting to pick it off as Moldova just delivers themselves on a golden platter. Spain still holding on with the solo out in the water. And now Serbia looking to just assert their dominance, and they are going to try and double down on those chicken dinners.
That is insane. Koa coming in with a 3-piece immediately out of that vehicle, and really what were they going to do? There was nothing they could do there. So that's going to be Koa and crew coming in. First it's Koa now, or first it's Melaz, now it's Koa, and that's going to be it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Serbia with the back-to-back win for the finals. What a game for them.
I mean, I said that the teams are going to change the way they play coming into today, right? Serbia staying so true to that. Just stepping it up, coming through, as you've said, with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. I mean, the first match, the second match, the consistency is just there. And it was close, right? They almost didn't make it into this into the later stage of game number 2, right? They got caught over towards that eastern bridge. Fortunately for them, they decided to not go over the bridge and instead go have a bit of a swim, right? To cool down, to relax. to focus up again and come through with another 12 eliminations. Absolutely insane. That is 22 points on top of the 17 they got in match number 1.
This is an excellent start for them, and honestly, such a relief as well. Imagine coming into the finals up against 16 other teams with the qualifying leaderboards being so close, and then you come in with a back-to-back win, 17 and 22 points each. You're looking at being very, very comfortable, because remember, DK, this is only a one-day final. We've only got 4 more games, and if they can just eke out one more really good game, doesn't even have to be a win at this point, they are really looking like they have secured a top spot on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, talk about an effortless approach, right? That is what I think Serbia is going for here, is putting in the hard work, game 1, game 2, maybe even game 3, who knows, right? But after that, as you said, then they are in a position where they could actually just relax a little bit. They don't have to be as stressed or worried, and they can focus on just getting themselves in a good position, making sure that they can survive into those late stages of the day, and that could turn out quite successful for them. So yeah, big GG to that strategy coming through from them. But now let's take a look at this match summary. 57 eliminations. It's amazing how these elim counts go up so high. I mean, the previous days we saw them stopping at about like 49, 50, but now we went all the way up to 57. But this is where the money's at, right? It is going to be Serbia coming through with those 22 points. We also then see Montenegro, Spain, Moldova, Romania, Belarus, and Germany, alongside France and Poland, all being featured on this first page. But I think we got to give it up to Montenegro as well, right? They went from 7 points in the previous match to 14 come game number 2. So a beautiful turnaround for them. Spain also, they got 2 points in the previous match, now banking an additional 10 points along the way. So I like what these teams are doing, right? The countries are definitely ramping up the performances, trying to see how hard and how far they can push this.
They are indeed, and you really can't beat, actually, I mean, Serbia, but also Montenegro's elim count, 12 and 10. The only teams to get double digit. Yeah, double digit. Thank you. Double digit elimination points. It is a difficult word. It is, but other ones not so much. Having a little bit of a rough time. I mean, Georgia. Actually, it's crazy. Georgia got 0 eliminations or 0 points rather, because they seem to be there for quite a while.
Yeah, it does seem like they were there for quite a while. But of course, who's also been there for quite a while? Both of these countries right here. Montenegro coming in with a good performance. Of course, I believe they went out in 4th place, but even though they went out in 4th, they still put in quite a bit of work, securing those 10 eliminations, and of course getting a good decent amount of assists and knocks. And if you compare that to what we see from Serbia, the consistency is there, right? But Serbia just going over and above, even maybe beyond what was necessary or needed. But hey, it's resulted in some pretty amazing gameplay, and what a good way to clutch it out. We know now who got the chicken for our very first Erangel of the day. Yeah,
we do indeed. It was Serbia. GG's, 39 points. That's going to be a little bit of a gap for them. So 39 points to 21, but not Montenegro in close proximity, to be honest. I mean, okay, no, that's not quite. That's like, what, 18-point difference? That's quite a lot. That is quite a lot when you think about, again, we only have 4 more matches, so it's going to be a challenge slightly to actually beat Serbia and try and keep them out of those standings, because we are looking at Serbia now in a position of they only just need 1 good game, and after a back-to-back win, unless the other teams decide and go, hey, we need to get rid of Serbia ASAP, they're looking like they have enough momentum there to carry them to the end of the finals quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, if they have another game like this, not necessarily in the next match, but in, like, let's say either the next one or the game thereafter, right, for the 2 remaining Erangels, if they do it again, they can just coast through, right? All the pressure is off their shoulders. They can go out there and just go play an absolutely ridiculous match, have a lot of fun along the way, and at the same time be quite satisfied with their result, while also making their country proud. If we look at the other countries that we have on the board, we also then do see that we've got Hungary and France both in a tie, and the same can be said for Spain and Lithuania. So an interesting change that we have here, but of course we are going to be taking a look at this final page as well. So Latvia and Poland positioned right over here alongside the Czech Republic, Croatia, and Georgia. Not quite what I was expecting to see. Well, honestly, I wasn't really expecting anything in particular, but not the kind of turnaround that I was hoping for Latvia.
Yeah, it is true that Latvia seems to be struggling just a tiny bit here. Yeah, but I still have hope. We still have 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars, and when you put it into that sort of perspective, you kind of go, oh, hey, actually, we've got a lot of games left. There's a lot of chances for those points, so hopefully they can come back and take maybe a win, maybe a top 3, we'll see, and actually get some points on the board.
Yep, there's definitely quite a few opportunities to still make quite a bit of a change and bring quite a bit of that onto the battlefield, right? As you said, only 2 games have passed, but we only have 4 left. 2 more Erangels, and then the 2 Miramars that are going to be wrapping up the proceedings here. So the pressure is on. If there was ever a time to wake up and just go absolutely crazy, it's game number next.
Yeah.
Right. Game number 3, that is where it will be at, because after that, whatever you've not been able to accomplish is going to become increasingly more challenging moving through the remaining matches. But of course, it is that time yet again. We are going to be hopping into a very quick break, and we are going to bless you with a few of the highlights from the past match. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've missed it, Serbia is on an absolute rampage. They've gotten 2 winner chicken dinners, and we're getting ready to move into our third match of the day, the third match of the finals, and it is the fourth last match of the day as well. We're about to hit the halfway point after this next match. So is anybody going to be able to stop Serbia in the absolute insane performance that they've been bringing so far? On the one side, I hope yes. The other side, maybe not, because it's pretty exciting to see them go. But let's be realistic. Clutching a Turkey at this point is going to be quite crazy. Right? For those of you who don't know what a turkey is, aside from the bird, it's what happens when you get 3 back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Right? That'd almost be a little bit rude, I would say.
Yes.
If Serbia got 3 consecutive winner chicken dinners, it would be insane, and I think we'd probably lose our minds. But hey, you know, it's all part of the fun. But yeah, so there's been quite a bit of an upset happening across the battlefield here. So I want to see, is anybody going to try and stop them? I mean, well, a lot of countries have tried, right? We've seen Montenegro upping the ante, Belarus coming close to playing a very, very close clutch. All the way back in match number 1. Game number 2, yes, also a lot of effort has been put in by their side, but unfortunately, right, they didn't make it all the way to where they would have wanted to, at least still finishing well within that top 5. But I think, oddly enough, Romania not playing the same kind of performance that we were expecting to see from them, right? Game number 1, yes, they got a few points. Game number 2, again, they got a few points, but they were consistent at least. They got 8 both matches.
I mean,
but
that's okay.
As a Serbia's been consistent as well, but they've been consistent with chicken dinners. So you got to get a bit more than 8.
Consistent to 39 points, and Romania's been consistent to 16 points. That's a big difference. You're right. So yeah, I don't know. I think we all would like to see a lot more from Romania. We know they can do a lot more. But I will say, one was Sanhok and the other was a melee-based zone, so it's kind of hard to really judge a lot of these teams because they've had to just kind of run it and gun it down to the island. So maybe if the zone's a little bit better, maybe if it goes a little bit more towards where they want it to go, you know, a little bit more to Milta, they could actually see something happen, a little bit of a change there.
I think what you mean by better zone is a slightly friendlier zone, right?
Yes.
Something that's maybe close to center zone. Because that way, all the countries, all the teams can do what they want with regards to strategy, what they've planned, right? And I think I do agree with you when you said it's a bit of that run and gun because the zone shifts aggressively and Serbia's like, hey, no stress, we got it, we'll take it, don't you worry. Like, you know, we've got this under control. They move into position and then they play. But also, it's not too surprising because as we said, coming into today is we're expecting the countries to change up the strategies, right? To change the way that they've been playing because let's be realistic about it. Looking at the performances that we had over in group stage, they were playing in such a way that they would qualify. Playing to get points to qualify. It's a different ball game versus playing to kind of close up the finals, right?
Yes.
When it's down to only 6 matches and that's all you have. So, yeah, I want to see what the approach is going to be and how the other teams are going to look to respond. Because if there was a time ever to respond, it would be this game. Game number 3. Yeah.
This is the one. This is the one where you have to put it all on the table because, yeah, you're right. After this is the halfway point. And once you turn that halfway point, you're going to see teams that are at the top of that leaderboard start to not play so conservatively. I'm talking Serbia, Montenegro, somebody else who might come in that has a little bit of a gap. I think we'll have to see after this match who that's really going to be. But they're going to start playing like the last Miramar of yesterday. They're going to start playing a little bit more, not carelessly, but a little bit more freely. They're going to have a little bit more fun with it because I think like Serbia, if they have one more good game, like really good game, I'm talking top 3, then they are safe, they are in, they are done, they know they have secured probably a top 3 finish, top 4 finish.
Yeah.
So now they're kind of just like, why not? The last 3 matches are going to have fun with it. And once you're free, you don't have this sort of pressure on you until you can actually feel more comfortable doing bigger things and actually getting a lot of points.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that point. And so we want to see Montenegro, Belarus, Romania, Germany, Azerbaijan, Spain, Lithuania, all the teams within the top 8 with double-digit points. Ramp it up, but in the same breath, I want to add in, I'd say, Moldova, Hungary, France, right? They're sitting there 9th, 10th, and 11th place, and we want to see them amp it up, right? So I think it's just a fair example to say everybody aside from Serbia. Right?
Yeah.
Bring it.
Basically.
Now's the time to do so. If you ever wanted to bring it into this next match. So I'm curious as to how they will respond, and we'll find out pretty soon. Of course, speaking about response, let's respond to this flight path. It is I think a very well-balanced flight path yet again. This time, I am fine with the zone going any which way and wherever it wants. Maybe it goes where you suggested, right? A good zone for the teams to play through.
Yeah. I mean, what if it goes back down to Millie Base? That would be rough. Please don't go back down to Millie Base.
Just then they run. Then it's
they
like,
yeah.
We got to beat Serbia. We got to get down there fast.
True. That's so true. But we will see a lot of teams jumping off the plane in the middle here, so could see a little bit more of an early altercation here. Maybe some of those teams that are feeling a little bit more desperate for points. We have seen a few of them that are quite low on those points, surprisingly. I mean, if you look at the overall standings, Croatia and Georgia sitting on 1 point each. Not what we expected from either of those teams. So maybe they might be looking for a little bit more of a head start here. The zone, again, is a hard shift. Slightly more kind than last game, but still not really in anybody's favor here.
Really, would you say that is a... that's a kind zone? Because I think that is...
island.
There's more playable area, and there's no bridges to worry about. So if that qualifies as a zone being kinder, yes. I'll go with that one. But it's still going to be an interesting one to play through, irrespective of that. I think Quarry or Primorsk could be... maybe lean a little bit more towards Quarry would be quite an interesting position to get yourself situated. And it does seem like that is what Belarus has in mind, right? They are just yeeting it over towards that far western approach. They've, of course, got Czech hard on their heels, and Azerbaijan looking to make a very similar rotation as well.
I feel a little bit bad for the teams like Croatia, Moldova, Romania, far side of the zone. Latvia could do a rotation that would be pretty good. I mean, I think that also would take up a lot of game time as well, so you might start to see teams thinning out by the time Latvia actually get to that west coast. So that could be something interesting for them to do. But, yeah, I mean, we really have to be looking at the Montenegros, the Azerbaijans, the Belarus. Now, this is very good for Belarus. We've seen them do some good stuff in the last 2 matches. They've been very good, just a little bit short of that final win coming through. So this could be an excellent zone for them. They do look like they're wanting to take control of a lot of the zone here and really set up control there. Would be nice.
It would be, but let's see who can control it at all. Yeah, I mean, we've got a nice spread throughout the teams here. I like the fact that they've all now moved in and kind of gotten themselves, angled up. The zone looking pretty packed, but I think once the Eastern Front starts to move on up, that's when things are going to get a little bit more spicy, right? Belarus running around trying to make sure that they've got enough loot and they've got everything they could potentially maybe need for the remainder of this game. But I think even just the overall positioning that they have, looking at that little bit of a trench they find themselves in there, that could be quite a bit of a strong angle depending on how this next zone shifts.
It's all down to that zone shift, right? Because if it does go down to that south, Belarus and Czech, Azerbaijan as well, looking very, very good. If it goes to the north, we have an entirely different set of teams looking at a win here. So that next zone shift is going to be crucial to know which way this is really going to go. On the other hand, the zone still got a long way to go. We're still waiting for that zone to come in. 3.5 minutes, so these teams all have time. They've got time. Maybe Croatia and Montenegro have, not Montenegro, Moldova have a little less time, just because they're on those far edges, Lipovka and Milta Power, Romania as well. Serbia is starting to make their way in now. That's a good idea. It's interesting to note as well that a lot of these teams that are moving in have all centered up. So the area on the west side of Pachinki, so basically the entire eastern side of zone, is completely free, including Ferry Pier and Primorsk. Yep. Both of those locations are completely empty. So for the teams that still need to get into zone, there's plenty of space for them.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams essentially getting stacked up there in single file, right? Starting from Quarry up towards Everest. So it's going to be a tough play. And it seems like everybody here now decided, you know what? Let's go have a little bit of fun. It is going to be Belarus. It's going to be Czech. All now just rushing to see who can make it out and who can make it where, as they start to rotate a little bit further and further inwards. And it's not every day that you see cars flying over mountains like that, but also such a large concentration of teams all trying to converge up into a center zone. At least that's what's happening in the zone. The teams out of zone, they're like, yeah, no, it's fine. We're just going to loot up and, you know, take our time, maybe ride the blue wave as it comes, as it just starts to nip at our heels, and yeah, maybe we could find something along the way moving in. But I do, however, see Moldova and Romania getting pretty close to each other as they now both start to rotate on up. So there could be a few interesting things potentially on the horizon. Same could be said for Poland and Latvia up towards the north.
Yeah, very true. Even more so to the fact that Latvia have to go through Poland at this juncture, right? Moldova have gone up further to the north, while Romania are taking the southern approach here. So, honestly, actually, having said that, Romania could honestly go through the military base island. No one's on the island. No one's in Ferry Pier still. No one's really looking at the western bridge. You have Serbia in the wings somewhere over there, but you could still make that work. So for Romania, that might not be a bad rotation idea.
Yeah, definitely could be a good plan to try and pull off here. But in the zone, I'm sorry, I'm just so amazed by the sheer volume of teams that we have in such close proximity. Yet somehow miraculously they're not fighting, right? I mean, yes, Hungary poking and prodding a little bit at Germany across the way, but Germany's like, yeah, it's fine, we'll just move. We'll go somewhere else.
Sorry, my bad.
And then, yeah, they're going to roll in, and that's going to be Spain or Montenegro waiting ahead of them, as you can see them now, you know, moving even further. And so it's going to be crazy. I'm waiting for this kind of snowball to start, because once it goes tick, it's just going to be everybody trying to fight for a few plays. Interestingly enough, though, at the same time, Croatia, very far away from zone, right? Very delayed rotation. Yes, it's only phase 1, but with a zone like that, I don't think you can afford really to spend too much time out in the blue.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, okay. So Belarus immediately have the upper hand here. Hungary as well, to an extent, right? They've got a really nice spot over there in the middle, like smack dab in the middle of zone, actually. I prefer a little bit more of a mid to edge play. That's why I favor Belarus here. They've got a really easy entry into zone. They've got some nice high ground, and they have that room to spread out. Hungary do not have room to spread out at all here. So that's going to be really hard on them, especially because everybody's going to be moving to that center zone. You see everybody in those vehicles right now just hurtling towards them, which is very overwhelming. So I worry for Hungary just a little bit here. Belarus have a little bit of an easier approach. Romania still on the outskirts, still just passing now by Pachinki. They have not opted for the bridge play that I suggested earlier. Serbia is ahead of them, as is Lithuania. So lots of teams still outside in the blue. For Romania, this is a very normal game. The players have used this sort of late rotation strat for years, like actual years. So they are used to this. They will know this very well. So if anybody's going to do this zone any justice, this kind of rotation any justice, is going to be Romania.
But I initially thought that we could see Lithuania, Romania, and Serbia finding each other towards that quarry positioning. But it does seem like Lithuania and Romania are going to be going a little bit more in towards that centralized region, as we can see, of course, Poland now finding a bit of an opportunity onto the side there of Germany. And this, of course, on the coastline, that far western side of the zone and the map. And there's only so far west that you can move. Already now Romania starting to head, as they've spotted the angles onto Lithuania there. But we see Azerbaijan right here on the side as well, right? So Lithuania needs to be very cautious as to how they look to aggress potentially, or maybe defend against the onslaught or the advances coming through from Romania, because if they're not careful, either side quite easily pick them up, and that's not the kind of play that they're looking for.
So back and forth. This is a very tough spot to be in. This particular place is really, really hard to fight over. And you've got a lot of teams here, or a lot of players rather, and hovercrafts everywhere. There's a lot of shots everywhere. There's a lot of angles everywhere as well. Lithuania not knowing where to look here, and with good reason. Redox does go down, though. The DBS at that range gonna go ahead and take him on out, so that's gonna be... Oh, XO going down as well. Everybody going down. Woodson taking a tumble just after. Silence in the middle there. Just 1 HP, and it seems like after everything, Romania might just be the ones to win this out. It is a 2v1, but still, the 2 for Lithuania is so low right now. Overlaid. And Bunny, gonna be those two looking for something. Silence does go down. Silence takes one down, but Silence is the only man left standing. Azerbaijan now looking to make things work here. A third party coming in from them. There's somebody else on the other side. There are 4 teams all around this gun tower. Georgia making an appearance now.
Yeah. I mean, if the shots are popping, the teams arrive. Right, that's just what's going to happen. So Romania are going to try and see if they can maybe survive. They do find a great angle over into the side there, finding a quick little pickup. But now looking at Azerbaijan, they're starting to fall back a little bit, right? Keystone having a lot of pressure now on their shoulders as they do find themselves right there up in the front line. Georgia, though, looking quite mobile. Not going to get caught in too much of the exchange here. I say that, and Makara gets just absolutely uprooted. Keystone gets dropped on down. And Azerbaijan now trying to play from all the different angles. Romania is going to follow Lithuania right over into the lobby as we are down to the final 14. But who will survive this? Is it going to be Georgia, or will it be the side there of Azerbaijan to take control of the region?
Really hard to say. The good thing is the zone is only just now starting to move in. Germany does go out to Hungary, so that's going to be Germany, the third team to fall here. No points on the board for them. That does not bode well for the second half of the night. Moldova, on the other hand, big chillin' over here on the edge of zone. Nice little spot for them. No points on the board at the moment, but full squad they are. Lots of teams moving around, though, so they really have to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, they'll definitely be keeping a very, very close eye on it. Montenegro is putting out a few potential plays here, but in the meanwhile, Moldova focusing their efforts in onto Spain. As you can see, Kaya just now making it up into that little wizard tower. There's going to be Poland and France. They could be getting into the next altercation. Azerbaijan, though, also quite relentless in their efforts as we see them moving a little bit closer to the angles here I believe that was for Poland, just over to the side. Belarus also not too far away either. So I like this kind of chain fighting that we are seeing develop here. The teams continuously pushing and pushing and pushing. I mean, Georgia right up close and personal as well. Everybody just trying to stack on in, trying to just pile into these compounds.
I mean, it's really push or get pushed at this point. There's nothing else you can do. Belarus take control of the highest point in this zone. The zone has centered up again. We still have 30% water or so. Really, really difficult to get anything done with this kind of zone, especially that beach area. It's so open. You do see Belarus having that 2-2 split across the beach and the high point there, which is an interesting play coming in from them. Georgia as well, right below them, so they are looking for that long game. But France, I mean, this, again, 0 points on the board. But here they are in zone whatever, zone 3, zone 4 here, stage 4. Full squad in a good position. So this bodes well for France. I'd like to see them not do anything crazy, just hold and wait.
It's also holding and waiting is Serbia, right? And the same could be said here for Czech Republic. This whole southern side is just somehow miraculously just quieted down all of a sudden. I'm looking up towards that northern side, as you can see all the movement now, right? It is going to be the players there from Croatia looking for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an opening. Hungary is going to provide quite a bit of a buffer to that rotation. And then, of course, Montenegro on the side with the side order of Moldova and Spain. So it is going to be absolute chaos and a little bit of carnage coming in there as well. Czech now finding the opportunity as they pick a spot.
Love this.
Right alongside Belarus. Could be a good upset here, but as you can see, Belarus, they're ready for the fight. Czech, quick reaction though as they move up, find the opening. One down, a few more to go. 3 players now standing between Czech and a secure, safe position on the southern side. But I think a good player there from Belarus though is where they said they sent Tuba away from this, right? So Ramzik, Melvin on the front line there. But the rest of the team can maybe still make a little bit of something happen. We also then say goodbye to Moldova as they won't be making it any further. Unfortunately for them, also no points on board.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. The amount of teams we're seeing into the late game here with 0 points going out that early is interesting. Normally, well, at least in the last 2 days, we've seen teams go out super early with no points, but then everybody who goes out after that have at least 1 or 2, you know. So difficult for these teams now, especially this zone. The last 2 zones have not been kind to these teams at all. As we watch Tree looking for something to Molotov, nade, smoke up, maybe. Latvia, gonna be the next to fall here, I feel like. I don't see anyone else by that name here or with that flag. But I will say I love that play from Czech. Really, really nice. They identified the weak point. It definitely was that duo over there. Ramzik is still in the vicinity, and that's always also a really good play from Belarus because it means that they are not allowing Czech to actually move up too close to that high point because the high point is the strong point, and it's going to work in their favor. At this point in time, Ramzik does need to fall back a little bit. The zone is just that much smaller, and he is going to need to defend his teammates here because teams are going to start coming in from that north side. Georgia as well is going to get inundated, so Czech at this point seems to be a little bit the least of their worries.
Yeah, I have to agree with you because they went now from a centralized position to an edge play and not necessarily the kind of edge position they would be hoping for. Croatia, though, having a little bit of difficulty out onto the edge of the blue as Hungary is just absolutely pestering them, putting a few shots in, trying to ensure that Croatia is completely committed to that lobby positioning here. But let's see if that is going to be the game at hand, as Croatia has now opted for a little bit more of that Aquaman approach here, going underwater, trying to swim their way through, but a very wide split here, as we can see the other Croatian player on the opposite end of the zone itself. Now, Serbia, still quite a bit of quietness, right?
Yes.
a lot of stillness coming through from their end. Can't say the same here for Belarus and Hungary. As the aggression now gets dialed and up, Hungary disengaging from that northern positioning, rotating up onto the high ground. Belarus not having such an advantage as they were hoping for, but look at the sprays though, as Belarus does find a few of the hits. No country getting backed up just yet, but with the addition of Czech rotating up behind them, things are only going to get even more challenging now.
Yeah. I said Belarus needed to, you know, group up a little bit more, provide more cover for that high point, but they didn't really cover that side that Hungary were on at all. Now Czech is moving in. France is gone. Somehow, 0 points. After all that, they get 0 points. That's what's so heartbreaking about this game sometimes. It just doesn't work the way you want it to. You spend 20 minutes doing your best and still no points on the board there. Czech doing some good stuff. Croatia moving in from the north side. That one solo getting some knocks, destroying Hungary's game, actually, because even if he doesn't get any of these points, that has left Czech in perfect condition to reset, get those nades through, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So unfortunately for Croatia, none of those points are actually going to go to him, but for Hungary, it does not matter who gets those points. It just means there's one solo left alive. He's going to go down very quickly. Very well played by Czech. I don't think I can really fault them on anything they've done here. Really, really nice play from them. And now it's just Pubg to, like, do something here. He's looking, but so is Czech.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. And that's checkmate as the shots now find their way on through. So the end of the road for Croatia in this match. Down to the final 7 we go. Belarus, though, also finding themselves in quite a bit of a difficult position. Only have one player up, 1 point to their name, and no clear way for Ramzik to rotate moving forward. But Georgia is going to be right there alongside them over on towards that eastern front. It is, of course, Poland now making their way out of here as they will get traded on up. Spain, though, nice turnover that they've got here, right? Only 2 players left, but they are in quite the favorable position. Also going to watch out for Montenegro. Montenegro, let's not forget, are now on double digits. Right? They have hit 10 eliminations and they only have 2 players left in this match. So quite a bit of work already being done on that side, as well as we can see them now moving a little bit closer towards the edge of zone, not finding that exact position just yet. And this is the opportunity, of course, now for the Czech Republic to really bring in quite a bit of opposition, trying to keep them from finding that sweet spot moving in. Already Czech also sitting on the 7 eliminations. Blank and Papi now going toe-to-toe here with Sorry and Amy. Amy definitely going to be providing that Overwatch, but instead gets picked up by Biscay as Serbia now starts ramping it up yet again. And Nep, they're still alive, right? Serbia still just now moving in, cleaning up behind the other teams.
Serbia, man, they are in just a completely different league. They took out France. They've come in, taking out now Spain, now looking towards Montenegro. In this way, Czech are able to just be left alone here up on that high point. No one can really get to them unless they push up there, so that's going to be a big contender against Serbia. Montenegro with 10 elims. Even if they go out now, it's an excellent game from them. They do go out now. But still, double-digit points there, top 5 position. We go into our top 4 now. Honestly, I feel like it could be Serbia taking this one. Just the aggression they're coming in, how quiet they've been, and then they flip on that switch. 2 wins behind them right now. I don't know. I mean, I know Czech has a big position, but Serbia.
I mean, we can see the probability up there as well, right? Serbia and Czech, very close, both sitting on a 33% chance, the prediction, the probability of them getting the winner chicken dinner. Belarus having the lowest probability in this one, but as we know, anything can still change. Could this be quite accurate? It's possible, but we'll find out in due course. Meanwhile, Georgia keeping it nice and steady, very centralized positioning here. I'm curious as to how Serbia is going to look to rotate through here, as we now get ready to prep things up. Steady angles, though. I mean, Serbia all the way up on towards 9. The probability, again, rising steadily as they've now hit a full 35%. But I think this is where things could look quite challenging, especially if you are on the side of Czech Republic, right? Looking at that map there, there's not a lot of opportunity for much movement, but Georgia are going to be smiling in this one because they have a very controlling positioning, but they're focusing all their efforts up towards that northwestern side. Serbia, I think they're going to capitalize on this opportunity and sneak up behind them.
They've got to. It's the only place left for them. If they go up towards Czech now, they're going to get taken out. There's too much happening on that north side. They've got to go down to that south side. They've got to do something here. Or maybe it's a 2-2 split? No, Serbia, no way.
Uh-oh. I don't think this is the best way to go. I mean, they might surprise us and absolutely flex the living heck out of this. But, yeah, they're going head-to-head with the contenders that they are trying to oppose. You can see the probability is continuing to lean in favor here of Serbia. Czech sitting on 32%. Serbia sitting quite comfortably on, I believe that's 38. I can't really figure out if that is an 8 or a 6 or something, but it's close enough either which way. But Belarus, things aren't looking great. I mean, Ramzik has not moved an inch and could also now get moved over into the lobby, but somehow Hitzi doesn't even spot them. Levy goes right on down as Maxa reaches across the way. Ramzik now deciding should they jump at the opportunity. It is going to be Czech that gets taken out of this game. Serbia now looking to serve it up. 50% chance for them to take this winner chicken dinner. Georgia now getting absolutely decimated as Serbia now rises to the occasion. 2 players standing in front of them. Stepbro trying to hold on to the edge, and the play is there. It could be Belarus now coming into that second place. Serbia have got their eyes set on locking in the turkey, and that is exactly what they do. Back to back to back victory going straight over to Serbia. I mean, where was the Serbia last year? Last year, they finished in 9th, right? Now they have 9+ eliminations. Like, what on earth? What's this?
That is actually insane. What? Serbia coming in with a turkey dinner. So masterfully done as well, and it's that momentum coming through. I did worry a little bit for Georgia, just because when you're in the middle like that and you've been in one position for a long time, it's very, very hard to kind of combat the onslaught of teams that are going to be looking at you then. So I did worry for them in the beginning, or from the start. But for Serbia to come in and bide their time and wait, and then take out one team, and then take out another, and go, okay, now it's time. Let's go. Let's get to it. And do it so well. I mean, Czech crumbled there. Georgia crumbled. Everybody fell in the path of Serbia. And just what an insane win for them to go. And you can see that momentum coming from them. You can see that confidence. It shows in how they were driving. It shows in how they were doing those angles. Really, really good stuff from them. And gosh, I mean, at this point, there is no stopping them.
Yeah, it is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I'm at a loss for words. Serbia went from 7 eliminations to 12 eliminations to 14, I believe it was, for this match, right? Absolutely insane pacing. And the whole day has been dominated by just them. That's them. Yeah. They are the team. That's the one. That's the one, right? So insane stuff to come through on this one. I mean, another 24 points heading in the direction of Serbia. As you can see, Montenegro again keeping up the consistency though, right? We got to give it to them. They got 14 points in the previous match. They got 13 in this one. So you can't fault a lot of what they've been doing. They got 10 eliminations previously. They got 10 eliminations again. So Montenegro, I would say, is the next super consistent team alongside that.
I agree, and to be honest, they've been second when it comes to the match points. They've been second twice now, back-to-back second place in terms of those points. So a really, really good show for them. Georgia as well, stepping it right up, right? 6 elims rather. 5 placement points is really good for them. That's going to be 11 points. That's on top of the 1 point they had coming into this game. So they have really stepped it up. They're moving right up those leaderboards as well. Czech as well was a team that was in a little bit of trouble. 11 points for them as well. So a lot of step-ups from these teams in this game. It's looking good for most of them coming into the second half of tonight.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we see Croatia here also securing themselves a few additional points, and Croatia was one of those countries that needed the points, right? Coming through with a 3 on top of that. And then if we look a little bit further down, right, it's not necessarily looking, it's not the craziest serving of points that we've seen, but there's an obvious reason for that, right? And it's Montenegro and Serbia. They've been they've been just running around deleting everything. So it's pretty tough to contest against 2 teams coming through with such an aggressive approach. But yeah, I mean, 3 victories. So we've now seen our previous comparison between these exact same 2 countries, right? Montenegro and Serbia at the end of that previous match. In the previous match, we saw 12 versus the 14 that we have now for Serbia. We still had 10. The damage for Montenegro went up for this round. The assists went down. The knockouts went up. It's balanced across the board, right? Serbia had 8 assists. Now they've got 7. They had 1,900 damage. Now they went above that. They went all the way to 2k damage. So both teams, they're ramping up. They are getting ready to push. And I would not be surprised if Montenegro was capable of clutching it out next. But look at the points. Look at these points. Serbia nearly leading by double the points of second place.
What do you even say to this? I mean, this is Serbia is being the Romania of day number 1 with the back-to-back, but it's new and improved and so much better, doubling their points there. Doubling that gap. Montenegro, I mean, the thing is, right? Montenegro, Belarus, Spain, Azerbaijan, down to even 7th place, really, I feel like have had really good games in terms of those points. 34 points, 26 points, 3 teams on 18 points. Those are normal points for 3 games in, right? So they are playing very normal games. The problem is Serbia, and when you come in as Serbia with exceptional gameplay, 3 games running, it makes the normal gameplay a little bit of a problem.
Well, maybe a lot of it, not a little bit of a problem. It's pretty dang tough. But we got to commend the efforts that we see coming through there from the side of Romania, for instance, right? Tied with Spain and Azerbaijan, but relying solely on eliminations. Not finding placement points just yet, right? Only getting those eliminations and being in the top 5 or top 6. That's a pretty good performance on that one and of itself. So I'd love for Romania to get a few additional placement points, right? That would definitely catapult them up those positions. But with Serbia in the lobby, it's just so difficult. Right? There's only so much that you can do, and they are 3 for 3, as we can see right there. So yeah, it is absolutely. I'm at a loss for words. I'm almost dumbstruck as to what exactly is happening in these finals here today. But it's a phenomenal turnaround. Belarus also still managing to hold on to that 3rd place, as we can see, and then of course we make our way towards that 11th place where Hungary currently is situated. But I wonder what that second page is going to look like, because we know that is where we had Latvia as well as Poland. We had Czech, Croatia, and Georgia. They were over on the second page, but they are no longer situated there. Instead, Moldova moves all the way onto this page alongside France. And of course, Latvia moving from 12th place into 16th.
Yeah. France, man. What's going on with France? I mean, okay, this is what's going on with France. Bad zones and Serbia. That's what's going on with France. That's what's going on with Poland, Croatia, and Latvia as well. You know, Moldova have had a better game, I feel like. We've seen a little bit coming in from them, maybe a few tweaks here and there. But really what all of these teams need, apart from Serbia, what all these teams really need is a normal zone. Just give us one normal game, and I can't believe I'm saying that, but just give us one normal game. Just one would be so nice at this point.
Yeah, it would, but maybe it could still happen, right? Because we are getting ready for our third and final Erangel to make its way on in. Serbia going for turkeys, let alone chicken dinners. So absolutely ridiculous stuff. But while we process the insanity that we just witnessed, we are going to be hopping into a quick break to get ready for game number 4. So be sure to not go anywhere, and we'll see you right back after that. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to continue with the insanity that we have unfolding so far today, right? We've seen a Turkey clutch coming through from the side of Serbia, meaning 3 back-to-back victories. How? Yes, that's how they just did it, right? But of course, we are gonna move into our final Erangel for today. We are keeping our fingers crossed that any other country would like to potentially maybe oppose Serbia in taking control of the chickens. I think Montenegro has a really good chance in doing exactly that, but it's all going to come down to whether or not they are going to be looking to have that be the thing, right? Or if Serbia would allow them to do that. But as you were pointing out, the zones that we've been having in the previous few games were all quite interesting, right? We had that super southern shift. We had that aggressive change over on towards the western side. So maybe if the zone goes to where it should go, according to you, maybe then another team will have an opportunity to try and play the game of PUBG.
I mean, that's what I want for all the teams, to be able to play the game of PUBG. So far, it's been like an alternate version, I feel like. So many of these teams just been unable to really do much of anything, and I really am looking, not to be that person, but looking towards France, right? Because I think France in particular really got the short end of the stick there. Germany went out very early as well with 0 points, but Germany had a Georgia pole landing spot, so they were in zone. They lost for other reasons. France, on the other hand, also Croatia, those kinds of teams, they did not have anything to do with zone. They tried their best. They were surviving like 20 odd minutes. They really were in there, and then, you know, they just get wiped in the end, still 0 points on the board. So I feel like that has something to do with those zone shifts coming through as well. Romania as well, being another one of those teams who did very well, got a bunch of points, but it's just the zones are just not being with them today. And especially if we get over into Miramar, you know, when those zones continue to not go your way, sometimes it just lasts all day and there's nothing you can do about it.
But I think one thing that would be quite advantageous here is if there's an opportunity to get a few potential eliminations out in the blue, right? Leave them and get to zone, right?
Yes, please.
Because I think that's something that we've seen quite a bit here is teams getting caught out in the blue, and they get so focused on there's a fight, there's someone there, I have to stay. You don't. You have to make it to the end game. Get to zone, wait there, and see. Right? Just wait and catch them when they rotate up. Right? Pick them up as they move on through, because giving your HP away for free is not helping you. Right? It's hurting. So hopefully the zone will be a little bit kinder to our squads here as well, and we'll be getting into that pretty soon. But yeah, let's hope that somebody can step it up. Like I said, I have a pretty strong suspicion that Montenegro could definitely look to do something. They got 10 eliminations in game 2, 10 eliminations in game 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, things are looking pretty positive on their end as well. And they've actually been able to consistently get themselves up into that second place. Belarus also, even though Ramzik wasn't doing all too much in this past match, right? Just sitting there waiting with the M249 and then ended up not using the ammo. Yeah. They've also actually been playing a pretty decent game, right? Up until that point where they didn't have much of an option, right? Not many choices really to make or to choose from. So I want to see if they can maybe develop that even more, take it that one step further and become the next Serbia. Right?
Yes. Yeah. I feel like there's a couple of teams that off the back of that last game could really do some cool things here. Spain, Belarus, I mean, like you said, Belarus hot on the trail here. Czech Republic as well, though. I think once Serbia had decided that they were going to win the match, probably Czech couldn't do that much because Serbia had the better timing, etc. But for Czech Republic, they played that to a T. Very, very well played and well executed by them in those final few phases, especially against Belarus there. So I think that in this game, they could really do some cool stuff if they're allowed that opportunity. we'll have to see, but for now, they are looking like they have some really good options on their hands.
I mean, there's a lot of good strategies coming through, but when you're going up against two menaces in the lobby, it does change the way that those strategies play out. So hopefully they can be a little bit of that pressure can be alleviated this time around, right? And we can see a lot more of these strategies now really coming into fruition and coming into play. I say that, and then we see Czech Republic and Belarus getting ready for a thing, right? Both of them dropping into the vicinity of Ferry Pier, making very quick, brief contact. The zone allotting a lot more land to the teams this time around. So I think a few should be a lot more comfortable and satisfied with where the zone has gone. And of course, Heaven is going to be essentially smack dab center zone this time around. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, almost. It's just a little too hard shifty to be comfortable for a lot of the teams we have here. Including those on the very edge, right? You got Georgia, you got France, Serbia to a certain extent, although Serbia have a better position coming into zone. But you know what? We're going to take it. We're not going to complain because certainly the last two games have shown us it can be a lot worse. What is interesting is that no one is in Yasnaya. People should kind of know that unless Moldova are going to be making their way into that area. Maybe Latvia could move into that region. We'll see how that goes, just looking at options here. Czech and Belarus, though, have gone their separate ways. Belarus have a 2-2 split. Czech are moving probably into Primor, so that's okay. I thought for a moment that Belarus were looking for a revenge play over onto Czech, and I was like, please, not now. This is not the time.
Yeah. Maybe they were just, giving a quick fake. It's like, gotcha.
Yeah.
And then... Right, just enough so that Czech actually moves to Primorsk as we see them doing over there. But yeah, I think the rest of the way, it's a good spread, right? We don't see any hot drops, nobody looking to get unnecessarily aggressive. Hungary is moving in. I'm not quite sure where they're going to be looking to rotate towards. Maybe just the potential few compounds, or they might look to join Moldova all the way up in towards Yasnaya, Poliana. But aside from that, it's just a big old chill opportunity that we have here, right? Spain, Germany, also having a little bit of a good time up in towards Georgia Pool. I mean, Croatia also is having a pretty decent start here. Completely uncontested. They have the entirety of that Millie base and the island to themselves to use it as they please. So I want to see how that rotation is going to come through from them. They might potentially maybe opt for that eastern bridge, or if Marin is feeling a little bit emboldened, they might even go towards the east, but I do think the western side rather. But I think the east would probably be their best decision here.
I mean, I think neither of the bridges are really a good option for them. It's just too busy. I think really a botation would be the best option forward here. They can go all the way up to that eastern side, but leaving that, going to Lithuania and Hungary. Hang on, it's just Cyrex left for Hungary. Really hard work coming in here, and Lithuania just clearing up shop. Weapon in hand, Cyrex, he can't do anything but leave at this point. The nades might not be thrown here. No, they will be thrown indeed. Ooh, big nade over the top there, but Cyrex is long gone. Having to just leave his teammates behind here. What a heartbreaking position to be in so early in the game as well. Azerbaijan, one of the teams that could really look to do some cool stuff here, down to just 2 over by Gaka. They have been bombarded by Montenegro, and like we said, Montenegro, second place right now, looking very, very good, looking like they want to be a little bit of a bully to these teams as well. And so for Azerbaijan, yeah, Rago. Oh, I thought he had that a second, but not quite. Azerbaijan still have one up. Lazar next up on the chopping block. Can he get him before he reses his teammate or finishes Rago? No, but Hardman on the prowl. Waiting for that. I mean, at this point, it's just, we're really going to just do ring around a rosy at this point, going on the merry-go-round, trying to get these things nade in hand. Gonna get caught with the nade in hand. Montenegro gonna go out It's the nade-in-hand curse. You don't recover from it. Never, ever. And Hardman is going to win that 3-piece over onto Montenegro.
I mean, that's a good start here for Azerbaijan. As they get those 3 eliminations up, they do alleviate a little bit of that that lobby pressure, right? Montenegro not going to be able to go on that same kind of rampage as we saw in the previous 2 matches. So I like the adjustment that the teams are making, right? Trying to kind of balance the scales here. As you can see already, quite a few teams locking points in France, sitting with 2. But let's see if they'll be able to secure even more than that as rotations now start to come on in. They are going to start to converge into a very similar path as we see Spain taking here. You still got to watch out for Lithuania just a little bit further up ahead over towards school. But I think for France, Pachinki is a good temporary holding position while we wait to see where that zone is going to be going. Czech, on the other hand, still have quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves all the way up into zone. But fortunately, it's only zone number 1, so it's not going to be too much of a concern right now.
No, it's not. They've got time, and they will know that Belarus is there, so they're going to just wait for Belarus to do something to move on up ahead. Belarus actually might just clash with Serbia at this point, and if they're not careful, France will hear them. Or the other way around, might be a clash with France and Serbia will hear them, which I think is actually the worst of the 2 evils. Just because Serbia, we've seen them with 3 wins at their back now, clean up so many teams. Let's see. Maybe it's going to be fine. Maybe France hold off on this one. They've got a few points. They don't want to overextend. Belarus certainly don't want to fight right now. Everybody wants to get inside of zone. Another team that needs to move in is going to be Croatia. Time is ticking. I mean, at this point now, both of those bridges are wide open. They can just move in whenever they want. However, we've got that team like really spread out. No one looks like they're particularly interested in moving just yet.
Yeah, that's a strange strategy that they're adopting right here. But realistically, I think Serbia, they're not going to be all too phased right now, right? So if something was to happen and someone jumps on them and they don't make it for some reason, it's okay. Because their nearest contender was Montenegro, and Montenegro is not here, right? They're not in the lobby anymore. So the only team that realistically has a chance here to make up pretty good ground is going to be Belarus. So I'm going to be looking onto them to see just how far they're going to look to try and push this. And of course, then from 4th place all the way to 16th, it is open for the taking. Anybody can decide now, you know what, this is our game. Let's go in there. Let's get a few more points and let's push as hard as we can. And you could quite easily move all the way from that 16th position up into potentially even 4th place. But now Belarus, though, I said they have a good chance, but not if it goes like this. And, well, it does seem like things are looking pretty slim. They still have 2 players up. Ramzik, again, bringing in the survivability here. But Lithuania, they need to be careful because, as we know, they need a few additional points, right? They came into this match with 14. And if they want to make a run for 4th place, they only need 4 points, right? So far, it's looking pretty good because they've got 5. So they just need to survive. And the same, of course, can be said here for Belarus. Belarus now going to try and play for that long game, trying to survive as far and as long as they possibly can. Unfortunately for them, Lithuania, they've got a few buildings in the way.
I'm so confused by that play. Why on earth, when the zone is as open as it is, do you go, let's go crash apartments? Most notoriously hard to attack buildings in the map. You go, yeah, let's go into that one. I'm so confused by that, to be honest. They had such a great opportunity to win this game, to play this very correctly, very smartly, and I feel like those choices were not it. I mean, I see that, you know, it would have worked if they had gotten to apartments. Yeah, it's a good position, but there's a lot of other positions. School is completely open right there. Rosshok, to a certain extent, also open. So I'm a little bit confused as to why Belarus did that play, but okay, whatever. Spain just down to 1 solo at this point. I think who got that? Latvia got that that duo, that one of the duo there. So now Moldova move in, and it's a 1v everybody. And it's a really rough time for Spain. Spain goes on down, getting picked apart bit by bit. And the heartbreaking thing about that, DK, is that Spain got there got taken out one by one, all on rotation. They were just trying to have a good game, and these other teams were like, no, you didn't. Nuh-uh. Mine now. Thank you very much. And that's really hard.
Yeah. I mean, but also for Spain, it's not the worst thing that could have happened, right? Because they had 18 points. So they were sitting in 4th place coming into this match. So it's okay. There's still a few more matches for them to try and do a little bit of a something. But now with that zone shifting even more in on favor, or in towards a very favorable spot there for Latvia, things could now definitely start to get quite interesting. And of course, Latvia getting a lot of support, as we can see coming through on the chat here as well. So let's see whether or not all that support is going to be able to empower them to play another amazing game like we've seen in those group stages. But yeah, it could definitely go either which way. Of course, the eastern side is going to hold a few surprises as well, right? We've got Georgia, we've got Germany, as well as, and of course, the players coming through from the side of Hungary. So the contention is definitely building up. Let's see if Hungary can maybe find a little bit of something. Sarex could have it, cooking up the nade. It bounces out, doesn't find Hisk, but the rest, there we go, is going to be in the bag. So Germany, they lose one. Hey, Hungary, they get their first point on the board for this match.
GG. That's all you need, 1 point at a time. Unfortunately, that does mean that Germany kind of knows where he is. Georgia as well, possibly, if Georgia were even paying attention, honestly. They look like they were a little bit too occupied with the rest of Germany on their front door. Croatia now making their presence known, coming on through, racing around the Walmart area, just trying to get into zone any way they can. Serbia as well, got to keep an eye on them. They're coming around down to the south side, trying to find an entrance somewhere behind Romania. But Romania seems to be kind of holding them off a little bit. Serbia's not quite sure where they want to go. Croatia running around still. Germany got an elimination on board. It's all happening down to the eastern side. The rest of the zone seems fairly normal. It's just this eastern side that's really taking a tumble.
Ooh. Well, so far, Kick managing to evade the initial spray down that we saw coming through there. Of course, it is going to be Keystone holding it nice and steady now for Azerbaijan. A lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. The team in total sitting on 4 points. As you can see, currently in second with regards to how much they've brought in here so far. Lithuania, I like what they're doing. 6 eliminations up, good spread across the board. Everybody contributing to those overall points. But now it is going to be a potential standoff, depending on how this next phase is going to be shifting on up as the blue zone continues to move on up. It is going to be Moldova now rushing in on Croatia. Oh, as they pull up into the Alamo, 1 down, 2 down. Croatia down to their solo. Again, it is going to be Bowie holding on for dear life as the push comes through. Quick response with the S12K just meeting them up in the window, but you always got to watch out for Watch Me. That is going to be looking for every possible angle. Lost. And the rest of the team now trying to figure out how they are going to look to breach this position. Whoa. Quick reaction there from Bubby yet again, just finding the headshots, making it look effortless. So 1 in, 2 in, 3 up they go. 1 more player to go. What an insane defensive strat this is, but unfortunately, Kick just gets the upper hand, and Moldova does not lose a single player, but a very impressive showing coming through from Croatia. Unfortunately, not converting any of that amazing gameplay into points.
Ugh, that's just the worst. He played that so well. He divided them up one by one, got all the shots he needed to, and just when he had to take some time for himself, yeah, it didn't go all that well. No, Moldova went, no thank you. You're going home now. So that's what happened there. Croatia going out with 0 points, as you said. Azerbaijan quickly following, but they've got 4 on the board. Belarus now getting shot up as they try and make their way into zone. They have beat out Lithuania over there. Czech, a team I did not think were going to move out anytime soon. They were looking very strong as a team. go out now.
Ooh. So a lot of things happening across the board here. Belarus definitely going to try and play for a little bit of the longevity. Lithuania, I respect the hustle, right? They came into the match with 14 points. They've now found a bucket load of eliminations along the way, but are they going to continue with it, with that momentum moving forward? Belarus, Ramzik trying to do a little bit of a something here, but of course, a teammate getting knocked down yet again. You got to watch out for Latvia far off in the distance, right? If that if the flag is pretty faint,
Whee!
that doesn't mean anything. They are still going to look to apply quite a bit of pressure here. Moldova, I like the fact that they're also starting to ramp things up. They came into this match with 8 points. They now already have 5. But now it is going to be Keep looking to light them up as the shots just connect on through. Fortunately, not getting the knocks, but does cause quite a few problems for them now.
I also want to see what's happening on the south side of zone, because Romania and Serbia, big teams, looking to kind of just really just keep each other out of the zone. I mean, Romania seems to be going back and forth across the south side, across the hill, trying to get rid of Serbia and fend them off, and Serbia's looking for that opening. Haven't found it yet. Hungary does go down, who is also at the south side. There's the replay there with Pubg. Continuing to do such great work. I mean, he carried his team in the last game. He almost carries them now. Really good player for Croatia. Not Croatia. Yeah, Croatia there. But he goes back to the lobby.
Yeah, some mad gun skills. I wish I was that good with a shotty.
For real, yeah.
Yeah. Please teach me your ways. I want to learn. But in the meanwhile, as you can see, Germany trying to play a little bit of a edge positioning here. Again, Tokyo being the solo. We did see on our first Erangel of the day that Tokyo was also the last remaining hopeful. Just playing it out in the water, trying to survive as long as they possibly could. So let's see if Tokyo could maybe change the outcome of this match. The grenade is going to come right up to their doorstep. Belarus, unfortunately, is not going to make it past this point, as they do get taken out in 10th place. The same going here for Germany, as they do end up in 9th. A very unfortunate play, but it is what it is at this point of the match. Now, still a few more teams to look to get the ball rolling. Serbia, they've not had any points just yet, right? But that doesn't mean anything at this point. But I like what the rest of the lobby is doing, right? Latvia, very mobilized, very active. The same can be said here for Moldova. As we can see, they've just been packing in those elims, sitting all the way up to 5 right now. Latvia, I'm curious as to what they're going to be doing here, because they've got a nice position towards that northern side.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to keep it. I wouldn't even take anybody into a split with this one. I think I just stay exactly where I am. Let everybody else fight over the open ground and just take pot shots where you can. Try and steal any eliminations. Because, yeah, I think France has to move over to the north side. They don't want to deal with Serbia right now. They don't want to deal with Romania. Lithuania's down there. Robs do not get knocked. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, wait, Serbia! And Romania going out. Serbia goes out! Completely!
Hey, yo.
No points on the board either, or 1 placement point on the board as well. So, Romania up to 10 eliminations. Looking at a top 7 position. Maybe even a top 5, we'll see. And that was them holding Serbia out, not giving them ground, but France is starting to look towards them now. They want control of this hillside. Are they going to get it?
I mean, this is a good play coming through from Romania. This is exactly the kind of pacing that we want to have for them. And so far, I think even it's the best match that we've had today for the side of Romania, right? 10 eliminations, the most that they've been able to secure in the play so far. But now it is up to that southern side, right? Poland trying to find an approach, trying to find a way to get themselves situated. Dooku is still on the outskirts of zone, trying to maybe pick up a little bit of an opportunity here or there. Now, we turn over to the side of Romania, focusing all the efforts into the side of France. I like this for Romania, though. Really getting quite active, just knocking on the door. Getting ready to huff and puff, but will they blow the house down? We don't quite know.
We shall see. Robs does go down. Narvalo is also gone previously, so this is where Romania is really just going to be rolling on through, trying to get anything it can. Does get the one. He's got that P90 on board. That's what you want to see in SnowX. Woo! Narrowly missing that as well. But that's what you want to see. P90 on board of the solo. Whoa! Almost gets it. Not quite. Where is his teammate? Teammate? Tree? Okay, you know what? I'm not going to yell at Tree. I yelled at Tree yesterday and then he DM'd me, so I'm not going to yell at him today. But just a simple question. Why revive when teammate need help? That's all. That's all I'm going to say. But anyway, unfortunate for France, but still getting quite a few points on board there. Romania is going to be really happy with that, of course. Coming in with now 13 eliminations. And what are we looking at? We're looking at a top 6 of... okay, few teams that are still quite full. I was thinking there was a few more solos than there are. No, these teams are at least 3 up.
Yeah, I think things are looking pretty good now for Lithuania. We already saw Romania absolutely cooking. I like this for Moldova as well, right? Now that the pressure has been alleviated, right? Now that Serbia has been taken out of the lobby, now that Montenegro is not here, the rest of the countries actually have an opportunity to play around and see what they can make happen. And so far, it is looking pretty good. I like Poland's position over on towards that that edge of zone, right? It is going to be somewhat of an uphill battle for them, especially looking at where Moldova is currently situated. But if they are persistent, they could very well find a good angle. It's all going to rely, though, quite heavily on what Romania does, right, for Poland. Are they going to contest the angle? Are they going to focus in on them? Or could we maybe see Romania focusing all their efforts right into the side there of Moldova?
Anything's possible with this zone. I mean, it's such a difficult zone to play. This hill is notorious for being just awful. There's not a whole lot of places to hide. You need your vehicles. There's so many angles. But Georgia, I will say, have done very well in the last 2 games to keep into the top 6, right? They've just held a position. They've been very quiet. Now they're using those smokes, trying to get any sort of leverage they can. That nade is excellent, though. Both of them are not doing as much damage as I thought they would. But at the same... Oh, God, that's got to do something. Oh, 3, 2... Come on.
How many utilities does Latvia have?
Oh!
Yes, they have all of them. As you can see, Chaos now getting ready to push on forward. Quick, a little bit of a dip down and duck and dodge as they do take out the side of Georgia. That is going to be a golden opportunity now for Latvia. And their fans are going to love it. But here we go, right down to the final 5. It is Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, and Poland. Looking to see who will be the one to take that winner chicken dinner. Romania has the highest probability, the highest percentage, based on what is currently happening here, to unlock that winner chicken dinner. But of course, it could still shift in any which way. Ooh, that nade, scarily accurate, as it does find Ibiza right there. So now it's the opportunity for Latvia to continue with a little bit of that bulldozing as they get the momentum and they start to push. You're still going to watch out for Lithuania here, but there is quite a big chance now for Latvia to come in absolutely clutch.
I mean, which way is it going to go, though? Because Lithuania have a great angle, but they're not really in zone here. Romania have the high ground, definitely, but on this hillside, it almost doesn't matter just because the amount of angles you have here. Poland are struggling. They're low on health. They're down to 3. Outside of the zone, Latvia is really going to try and gatekeep them. Unless Lithuania have anything to say about it, actually. Chris might just distract Lithuania a little bit, but actually they're going to leave Chris behind and go straight over down to Poland. I mean, I think that's actually the right play to make here. They're playing for that long game. They're playing for that win. Chris is no longer part of that win, unfortunately. But, you know, what can you do when it's this kind of zone?
Good question. Of course, now with the zone shift, It has favored Romania quite a bit. You can see the percentage going all the way up to 25. 26 is where we're at right now. Latvia did have some pretty good odds in their favor, but unless they can get themselves a good position in the zone, things are going to remain quite challenging for them. Romania, though, capitalizing on 14 eliminations. Lithuania currently sitting on 11. Latvia on 7. Moldova coming through on 5. And Poland, they've got points on the board. Aside from the placement points, they do have that one elimination up, at least for the time being. So now, let's see if their duo can do anything at this point. Moldova going to try and lock down this plateau, as there are going to be so many teams just knocking at the door. Everybody looking for their opportunity and their way in. But now with the engagements that Romania are finding themselves in, the odds are starting to shift. Moldova actually looking to be the prominent team here, having a very high chance to have an amazing run.
They really, really are. 5 eliminations on the board so far. Really, the only compound in the game, still in the game rather, that zone, depending on where it goes, could smack dab on the middle of them. I mean, Lithuania is going to have to get rid of Latvia here, so Moldova has a chance to both hold down the fort, particularly against Romania, or to kind of third-party whatever's going on down the hillside. They probably are going to try and do a little bit of both here, but they really need to be careful of Romania. Now that they've cleared this side, now the whole south side is theirs. They really are going to probably target Moldova here. Lithuania and Latvia are busy. They're not going to be really looking at them, so... yeah, you can see Moldova kind of turn their attentions to that south side. That is exactly what they want to do here. Some nice nades coming over the top, though, as we look back over to Silence. And 11 eliminations on the side of Lithuania. That is exactly the kind of team we were looking to see today.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the probability, the numbers, the shift coming through here, and is starting to crumble now for Lithuania, but Latvia and Moldova looking to ramp it up as well. Both teams now just trying to keep themselves in contention, trying to get themselves patched up. Quick kick with a quick response there. Watson just jumping ahead of the sprays. As Keith pushes on through another attempt. It's going to be chaos out in the blue, and Watson stops them right then and there. That is Latvia out of here. But now, down to the final 3. Romania and Moldova have the highest probability to clutch this chicken, but they are getting ready to go head-to-head. So there is still a great opportunity now for Lithuania to ride the storm, to ride the wave, and come in with a bit of a third-party opportunity. But here we are. Romania cooking it up, setting it out, pudding. Could get a little bit more than dessert in this situation. We can see Kick and Lost just hanging around on the back end. Of course, we've now hit stage number 9. That means no more zone and nothing but blue. It is Moldova, though, with a very dominant position here. They do have smack dab center zone. And I'm expecting Kick and Lost to do everything they can to just cover pudding as long as possible, because it might result in a bit of a heel-off, right? We do see Lithuania also now starting to explore their options a little bit more so as they're creeping up onto the ridge. In about 2 minutes, this match is going to be over, because everybody you see here will have no more HP left. That is just how the blue do. So let's see whether or not Lithuania can reach all the way into Moldova. A good attempt, quite a bit of a reach and quite a bit of range on the utility here.
There is. I am surprised, actually, Romania did not opt for a full send into Moldova, particularly when Lithuania was very busy dodging cars left, right, and center. So it's kind of got this little bit of a standoff effect that you see now. But the nades are starting to come through. This is where Romania is trying to do something, but surely they know that Lithuania are over here. Yes, okay, so they do know the nades are coming through. Silence does go down. That P90 in Redox's hands being absolutely lethal. 5 eliminations coming through there. Make that 18 for Romania. 18!
Yep.
Is that the highest we've had so far? I feel like it is.
Yeah. Also, Romania had 18 points coming into this match. right? And now they've doubled that
Nice
just
nade.
on their eliminations alone. But it is going to be time for a full send as Pudding gets picked on up. It's up to Last, and Last now finds a quick hit into Exo. It's going to be overlaid, sending it on in, and that is it. Romania comes in clutch as they kick the edge of that match right into remission, and that is quite the play, but you got to give it up, right? Romania, Moldova, they played an absolutely phenomenal game. Lithuania also just stepping it up. 3 countries that needed so many points, just finding exactly what they needed. I mean, Latvia also coming out of nowhere, making it up into that top 4, and they did so while securing 7 eliminations for themselves. Wow. But 7 versus 18 at this point, right? The numbers went up. It went beyond that. And of course, well,
goodness.
An absolutely insane play was 21 eliminations for Romania.
How
Good
on
question.
earth do you get 21 eliminated? That's a third of the lobby. That is unheard of.
Yeah.
I am in shock. What is happening?
You can put it in a different perspective, right? To give you more of an idea as to how insane 21 is, right? Montenegro had 26 eliminations coming into this game, right? Romania made that up in 1 game, pretty much, right? So an absolutely ridiculous performance in the best possible way here. But look at these numbers. EXO coming through with 7, Bunny on 6, Redox on 5, and Overlaid hitting 3. And the damage that they've taken is not that high in comparison to the damage that they've been dealing.
I mean, I suppose, right, you got France, you've got Serbia, you've got also Moldova. So I suppose that's nearly 12 players, 12 eliminations right then and there, right? But what on earth is that by 1 team is actually crazy. Really like how they played that. And I will say though, DK, in general, this is the game that we thought we'd get in game number 1, where we had we had Romania, we had Lithuania, and we had Latvia all doing very well in this game.
Yeah, no, we 100% did. So let's just imagine that this is the other match 1, right?
Yes.
The last one of the Erangels that we've had, and of course here are the points. 31 points going to the side of Romania to add to the 18 they had coming into this game. Lithuania, of course, walking away with 17, adding on to the 14 they had. I mean, they almost got 14 just in eliminations alone. So again, a very, very impressive performance from them right here. But I gotta love it, right? Latvia, they needed points. They had 4. They got 11. Absolutely amazing work being done on their end. And of course, Moldova also, right? They started with 8 points. Now they add 13 to that tally. And that is going to do some pretty good things for them with regards to those overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice. The other thing I want to say as well, though, is it kind of is helpful to the rest of the teams that Romania took so many of those points away from the other teams, right? Because for the other teams on this list, it's bad enough that 3 teams got double digits other than them, right? But if you look at the rest of those leaderboards, I mean, France is in 5th place in terms of the match rankings with 4 points in this game. In any other game, they would be 11th, 12th, something like that. But they're not, because Romania took all of those points away from everybody else. So in some ways, it's very helpful that Romania got as many points as they did, because yes, everybody moves down, but that means that not so many of the points went to all of the teams. And some of these teams that are struggling a little bit have a little bit more time to catch up.
Yeah, some of the teams move down, some of the other teams move up as a result. And of course, here are 2 of the teams that are definitely going to be moving up: Romania and Lithuania. So 21 versus 12. The damage numbers also not too different, right?
Yeah, actually.
3,000 versus pretty much almost 2,000. So yeah, a pretty good bit of positioning that we had here. But I mean, Romania, the numbers make sense. 17 assists, 16 knockouts. They were just so ridiculously active and so relentless in their efforts here that it paid off phenomenally for them.
It really, really did. Now as we head over to the overall standings, I mean, I think we all knew what was going to happen here. Romania just shooting ahead to second place. 49 points. Even after all that, they're still quite far away from Serbia. They still got a little ways to go. The gap is closed significantly, it is true. And Romania do go ahead and beat Serbia in terms of elim points. But yeah, Serbia is still up on top, Romania in that second place. Montenegro moved down, but just by a little bit there. Lithuania moving up, as well as Moldova up into 7th place. Latvia, we're starting to see them on the first page now as well. So some good overall points here from everybody, but again, you are seeing a few of these teams actually just have normal games. If this was a 2-3 day final, Spain, Moldova, Georgia, Germany, all of those teams would not be worrying right now. But it's not. It's a one-day event. There are 2 games left. What on earth do you do now?
Yeah, I mean, for the top ball, it's great. We can see them with the green ticks next to their name. All of them moved up onto the second page, but this is only but a taste of what we are hoping to see come the next 2 games, because this is the kind of gameplay that we have to have if we want anybody to knock on the door of Serbia, right? Because as we've said before, those first 3 matches that Serbia played, doing all the work that they did, they weren't too phased coming into this game number 4, right? Yeah. Irrespective of how this match went for them, they are still sitting quite comfortably. So now it's going to come down to how much work these teams are going to be looking to do once we step into our final map, which is going to be Miramar. Yes, we still have 2 left, but we're not going to be changing maps at all. So the pressure is going to be on. Is Serbia going to play another thing? Or will we see this continuous rise now coming through? Will we have Romania, Moldova, Lithuania, and Latvia, and even Poland bringing a little bit of magic into the desert? Of course, there's only going to be one way for us to find out. We'll have to get into that match. But before we do, we are going to be taking you into a few of the highlights of the Sparks match, and we'll see you on the other side. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the final 2 games of the day. We'll be heading right over into the desert, over into Miramar, and we'll see how it goes, right? We've seen 2 countries now take the winner chicken dinners out of the 4 matches. Romania got 1 and Serbia got the rest, right? Will we see somebody else rise to the occasion and, lay claim to those winner chicken dinners? I hope the answer is yes. There's, of course, only one way that we'll know. But, the competition is definitely very interesting at this point of the day.
Yeah, it is. We're seeing a lot of ups and downs, a lot of things going across the board. I mean, Serbia just taking all the points from everybody, which means that kind of the 5th place and below actually have quite a few points left to be gained. This is their time now for those last 2 games for these teams to really move through. But I do worry, DK, because the likes of Serbia, the likes of Romania, the likes of even Montenegro and Lithuania really could start just kind of going, we don't really need these Miramars as much as the others, so we're kind of just going to have a little bit of fun with it, and that's when it gets very dangerous. Yeah.
It is going to be, it could be potentially quite dangerous indeed, and especially when we get to this point, right? The second to last, so the penultimate and the ultimate match. This is where it gets very nerve-wracking to some extent. And of course, the teams will have to do their utmost best to play the most PUBG-ish match that they can play, right? So that is a good way of saying they'll do whatever they need to do or feel like doing coming into this game. Of course, Romania, they are going to be setting up a camp, setting up shop over in towards El Pozo right over there. Croatia and Moldova going for a very close positioning towards each other. So you can see up in Montenegro, even potentially maybe La Driera, and down on towards that far southern sides is where we see Azerbaijan, Georgia. Of course, we've got Montenegro going for a very southern push there. It's going to be the players all the way from Czech going up into Los Leones, Lithuania going in towards Impala, Poland going into Puerto. And of course, we've got Hungary and France pushing up in the direction there of San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. You've got Spain all the way towards that water treatment area. And then, of course, we've got Germany out on the side, right? Just holding towards power grid and the hills in the surrounding area.
Well, we definitely have a hot drop. Maybe even 2. Looks like France and Hungary might be getting into it a little bit there. But the real hot drop is going to be Azerbaijan and Latvia down in Chumisera. They are going to be going head-to-head pretty quickly here, I feel like. You can see them just kind of trying to move around, trying to get an angle, maybe even trying to move away. I mean, at this point, both of these teams do kind of need points. It would be wise to do this. Azerbaijan in 6th place now, 22 points on the board. Latvia in 11th. Latvia cannot afford to go out right now. They cannot afford to really go out at all until they're in the top 5, really.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that, and it's going to be a pretty challenging play to kind of get yourself established here, right? Because ideally we would love to see Azerbaijan and Latvia make it into that late game, but it's all going to depend on how they move about this position. Both squads pushing up the hill, looking to see if they can get a little bit of Overwatch down into the compound. But great minds think alike, so we are going to have a little bit of an altercation up on the top there, as we can see Papa Elvis, as well as Keystone, having a bit of a throwdown. The angles flying off in both directions. Keystone getting spotted. The shots are there. The hit is in from the damage, though. And Keystone gets brought to their knees. Now, this could be a potential opportunity for the side here of Latvia to aggress onto Azerbaijan. But are the 2 countries currently in this altercation? Latvia could definitely be the one to benefit more from this engagement.
I mean, Azerbaijan cannot try and defend this. They're going to have to just let him go. There's no way. Yeah, there he goes. Keystone does go out there. But Azerbaijan at this point just have to move on. They just really do have to move on.
That's kind of their only option. Looking at Latvia, they're not going to allow that to really come to fruition here. You can see Elvis trying to find a bit of an angle here down onto the rest of Azerbaijan. But Azerbaijan quite reluctant. They don't really want to hard commit to rotating out. Kind of just hanging around, waiting in the wing. Paul trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of an angle, a bit of a play there over towards Chris. Unfortunately for Azerbaijan, the utility not quite getting sent in the right direction. So this is, I think, maybe a bit of a oopsie, right? Don't want to make it. You don't want to get caught while rotating away from Latvia. And that's why they are just absolutely trying to hack the buildings. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Elvis, who left the building and fell off a cliff somewhere.
Oh. Well, that's not very fun. Or fresh. Interesting. That is unfortunate. He's going to hopefully get picked up. I mean, he can at this point, but it does distract Latvia from trying to just keep Azerbaijan away here. But they can't afford, again, they cannot afford to lose anyone, let alone go out. So Elvis as well has been a big help on the team as well. So really gonna have to try and pick him up as much as possible. But Chris does get taken down, and Azerbaijan are gonna go for this. Latvia now on the back foot. The push is big, but is it too slow? You know, they're on foot, right? So that is gonna take some time. Chris may have time to get rezzed back up here. I feel like Elvis is over on the other side getting rezzed as well, so it's just the two up here. This is dangerous for Latvia, DK.
It is quite dangerous, but I would say it's just as dangerous here for Azerbaijan, right? Because that push back up the hill, trying to cover the ground, trying to make up for that lost potential position, has given Latvia a lot of an opportunity now to try and kind of remedy the whole situation. So you can see Chris already with the utility, but a quick tap coming through here from Hardman does stop that play right then and there. Oh, quick follow through as they find Keep as well. So this could be Azerbaijan turning this whole situation on its head. The rest of Latvia need to get the heck out of Dodge, right? Get in the vehicles and leave, right? If you want to survive, leave now, please. Get out of there and rotate to some other distant position. It seems like that is exactly what they're looking to do. Very fortunate for them that there's a monster truck kind of just waiting right there. I would grab it and go, right? Just go. Just move as far away from there as you can. In the meanwhile, as we are on the topic of going, it is Germany going uphill and heading straight in the direction there of Moldova. But Moldova ready to welcome them in with open barrels as the shots start to fly across the way. And already it's not looking all too great as, Shum might meet their doom as the hits continue to fly on through. Tokyo, definitely, I would say, being a very persistent player, right, has shown a great amount of survivability in nearly all our previous matches. So if all else fails, turn to Tokyo.
Turn to Tokyo indeed, but Moldova really holding on to their spot very well here. Snoix coming in on the Ilim feed, eliminating Hungary. So Hungary, with no points on the board here, go out. And Hungary in 14th position, not looking good for them. Giving at least 1 point, giving probably all 4 points over to the team directly below them as well. Yes, there's a little, well, no, there's actually no gap. There's a 2-point difference. So now Hungary have laid waste to Hungary. They've taken their position in the leaderboard now. And actually they've got a really good position inside of zone here. It's looking quite nice for them.
Yeah, it's exciting when Hungary takes Hungary's position and moves up ahead of Hungary.
I said France.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you did. Well done. But either which way, you can replay it on stream. You'll see. Any which way, France adding more points to the board, which is good for them. But now they're going to have to try and survive it as best they can. Looking to see how far they can push it in this match. Of course, being a new map, a new opportunity to do exactly that. Germany going to start their approach as they head in. And we've got Croatia also now starting to roll on up as well. But Serbia, they are, I think they're a little bit quiet, but they're moving. and they're moving all around the edge of those cliffs. So that could be quite the tempering thing happening right there. Azerbaijan and Moldova getting ready to, well, maybe go at it yet again as the shots now come flying on through. A little bit of dipping, ducking, dodging, and weaving as both sides now start to put the one end onto the other. Oh, good response onto Hardman, but Hardman got the head onto Kick, and it is like a very aggressive tennis match that we're watching right now.
Back and forth, yep. Sure is. And it's in a good spot as well. I mean, slightly outside of zone, sure, but clearing this area is super important for both of these teams, just making sure, because to be honest, there's no one really in their vicinity. So if they just clear, either one clears the other, they're actually looking really, really good on the southwestern side of zone. The rest of the teams have moved over onto those high ground areas south and center to zone. So all the areas around Bocado are actually quite free.
Yeah, they are quite free. Let's see who's going to be taking that up. For the time being, Azerbaijan now still trying to find a way
lots
to
of shots
reach.
coming in with the MK12 there over on to Moldova. They are going to be able to get away though, but Georgia not so lucky. 2 on the front there going on down. I'm not even sure who 2. They're smack dab in the center. They're in a really tough position here. One of the worst spots in the game is those little compounds in the middle of La Bendita. Really, really rough stuff there. So, we'll see Belarus on the board at the minute. And we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Now it's going to be Spain looking to see what they can find over on the edge of the crater. We got Poland down in the dip below. But it doesn't seem like anyone is going to be looking to take any shots just yet. Of course, Czech on the far southern side, just on the northern edge of Los Leones. They have to contest with Montenegro over there, but Georgia absolutely zone blessed as they find themselves right in the center. Of course, France, beautiful position up towards the north, but what I love to see for France here is them getting a little bit of elevation, playing onto that high ground. I think Snowix and Overlow have a pretty good idea. They just need to try and find a little bit of ground. And of course, already Serbia doing exactly that. So it is going to be, I think, quite a bit of a point to try and contest here.
Just kind of wondering how they're going to do this. Because Romania over onto the offside there has a pretty good angle over onto France. They're a little far away for Serbia. And Moldova as well, just hanging in there in those buildings, waiting for their moment to strike. So France might want to be a little bit careful, but Romania definitely need to move on in and figure out how they're going to do that. I'm not entirely sure how you do that, actually. Maybe going all the way over to La Bendita, trying to go up behind Spain, possibly, but otherwise France would probably be a fairly good option.
Well, they're going to have to make some pretty tough decisions here, whichever way they decide to go. And we'll find out in due course exactly what that will be. Azerbaijan, though, seems like they're committing to a southern rotation, and we can actually see them pulling up right here onto the players there from Montenegro. In the meanwhile, Romania just enjoying the scenery, right? The peace and tranquility up in the hills as they now start to find their way on through. Not quite sure why you would take a Formula 1 car into mountains, but hey, it's PUBG. Anything's possible here.
Anything is indeed possible. Rough. It's kind of difficult. What's Azerbaijan doing over there? 1-3 split coming in, way out in the blue. I mean, Latvia still has a couple left alive after that altercation. So we'll see how that goes over for them. Over in the blue, but they are moving straight into territory of kind of death over here. Germany's got a really good compound there. They're just trying to figure out where to go next. They are slightly outside of the blue, but the blue is chasing them down, DK. They got to move in quick.
Yeah, the big bad blue zone. Almost as bad as the big bad wolf. Not quite the same, though. I don't think the blue zone has ears. Who knows? Maybe it does. It could do anything at once at this point. But now It is going to be up to Serbia to see, are they going to be doing anything from this current positioning? Of course, the zone is getting ready to pop. And speaking about popping, it is Azerbaijan popping off at the expense of Latvia. Chaos super low in the HP. And there we have it. Gun did all they can to play an absolute upset. Latvia out with only 1 point to their name. And of course, the zone has shifted up as well. So as we can see, Serbia still currently within that zone. The next blue is going to start making its play. Serbia find themselves smack dab center. We've got Moldova all the way over towards that western front. But now the east is where the pressure will be, as everybody on that side will have to start moving up. Right, so that is going to be Czech, that is going to be Montenegro, Poland, it's going to be Lithuania, Belarus, Spain, all having to try and cram on in. And in the meanwhile, the countries already within the zone. This is now their opportunity to try and leverage the positioning that they've got already. One of them, of course, is France, and we can see them attempting exactly that. A beautiful 3-1 split coming through here, as we've got Narvalo on that far southern side, the rest of the crew up towards the north, and they're focusing the efforts in on towards Romania.
Well, both of these teams have to be very, very careful how they play this, because Serbia could very easily third-party this, get in the middle, throw a little bit of a ball into the mix. Could not go well for either of these teams if they're not very, very careful. But it's interesting, actually, that we do see France on that low ground side. I thought that they would have a little bit more control of the upper ground. You do see France now trying to get into position with Narvalo. I would have thought that they'd have done that a little bit sooner, but there you go. Czech coming in here with a lot of utilities over on towards Montenegro, and to be honest, you kind of need a Montenegro. Been popping off in the last few games. They really need to make sure they can get a knock, but it doesn't go their way. Yen is going to go down instead, actually. That's going to be that opening knock. The nades coming on through. A double knock there, but Lazar goes down in a trade. But at this point, it's got that number advantage. Maybe not. Nick doing all the hard work here. Trying to get all these cleaned up. 2 points on the board, but no, that is going to be a 1 by 1 by 1 there. A nice effort coming in, but a very quick shutdown of Czech there.
Yeah, very efficient playing coming through here from Montenegro. And in the meanwhile, we've also been seeing Romania and France still being absolutely relentless, as Robs now gets found out. The shots are there, but will we see the confirmation? Of course, Narvalo just waiting on the opposite end, as we can see up on that mini-map. So it is essentially Romania and France sitting there side by side, fighting each other across the valley. Meanwhile, Croatia trying to survive, as Azerbaijan is looking to push up towards them, but they're not going to have any of that as they do bring in that full send. Bozanak, quick response and a very efficient play there, as Azerbaijan will make their way out of here with 4 points on board. Great play though, Croatia sitting with a very comfortable 3 points. And still, 3 players in the match.
Nicely done. I'm also looking over down to the south side. Germany got a really nice spread going on, making sure that they have control of the south side of zone and that they are set up accordingly. Belarus, though, now in the mix with Spain. Nice back angle here from Ramzik. Makes Spain go out completely. Spain going on out with just 1 point. A lot of these teams, they're just not in it here for today, and that is such a shame, because Spain especially, we've been talking about them and how their macro is actually quite good, but somehow just something's not working today.
Yeah, well, Lithuania also having a little bit of difficulty here, as we can see, sitting with the solo and getting absolutely swarmed. It is Romania, France, everybody just rushing up into that position.
What was that?
And now comes the pressure play, right? Bulgaria adding a little bit of their own, or Belarus rather, adding a little bit of their own pressure as they move on through. All trying to get a spot in this next zone, this next phase. It's going to be a mad dash to see who will be the next one to make it in there. Montenegro, though, is going to be our next team to make their way out of here, as they, of course, got rushed towards that far southern side. I believe that was at the hand of Germany. And now, the final 10 teams for our very first Miramar, and also our second last Miramar, survive as they look to get themselves settled and situated in this coming zone.
I mean, Belarus being aggressive here. 8 elims on the board so far. This is the comeback they wanted after that last match. The nades coming through could have been good. That one's better. Does a little bit of damage over onto Romania. And this is allowed. Ooh, nice onto... Wait, Ramzik coming in there with an off angle. All 4 players of Belarus really coming in here over the top of the hill, coming in hot, trying to get some sort of spray going, but it looks like they kind of did that a little bit off. There's a little bit of a miscommunication, and Belarus all of a sudden starting to fall, allowing Romania time to just heal back up, get a little bit of a reset going. They know Ramzik's down there, but now it's basically a 1v1 each time. No, they do get that reset. That is going to be him going down, but Techik needs to do something here. He's not going to do it. Down he goes. Oh, Ramzik last in the blue, and they go out. DK, Belarus, what are they doing?
Yeah, I don't quite know, but, you know, they tried.
Rough.
They tried really hard. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out in their favor. It did work out in favor of Romania, though. 7 points, 7 eliminations on board so far already. But even though it looks good for Romania, Serbia is still alive. Serbia is still right there in center zone. And in case you missed what just happened between Belarus and Romania, here we go again. Take 2. Just a big little bit of a rewind.
DK, Redux got all of them.
Yeah.
He squad wiped them. Look, 3, 4, 7.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how the numbers work.
That is how the numbers work, you're right, but oh my goodness me, Redux. What on earth? So basically he got most of France and all of Belarus.
Yeah. Redux reduced the lobby by quite a bit. Right.
You could say that again.
That's, maybe we're looking to play a little bit of that reduction game. Let's say that was what was up, right? In the meanwhile, Germany now find themselves alongside Croatia towards that southern side. Both teams a little bit hesitant to move forward. Whoever moves next could find themselves in a little bit of a vulnerable position, but they don't have much of a choice because, well, Blue Zone is going to start moving in the next 10 seconds or so, and that's going to be a pretty challenging spot to play off of. And what makes it a little bit more challenging, or a little bit worse, is the fact that Poland has a beautiful angle on both teams. As soon as they make that clearing, Poland could quite leisurely sit there and just start to pick them off. That's if they go to the west. If they go to the east, that then turns to the side of either, well, Serbia or Georgia.
Georgia's position is actually really, really tough because you're out in the middle of a crater. There's lots and lots and lots of open space around you. Very difficult to get out, and you have nowhere to hide your cars. So, a rough position on all sides. Georgia, though, they're still doing the same thing that they did in Erangel, which was just wait and see. They got a second place that way, so maybe they'll be doing some similar things again. I mean, one of Georgia does take out Marin. Probably going to be able to get that point. There you go. So that's going to be 1 point on the side for Georgia, as Croatia trying to find some footing here, but they're a little bit too late to the party. Lots of teams already set up here. And Germany, meanwhile, on the other side of that road, they're really doing some good control work, but they need to move in themselves.
Yeah, well, talk about getting caught in between a hill and a hard place. This is the zone. There's only so many places you can go. And of course, Serbia perched on high. Yes, they are 1 player down. But at this point, it doesn't mean all too much just yet. Romania, though, there might be some pretty strong contenders looking to play the upset against Serbia's angles. Moldova could also definitely look to do a few things, as they are just casually waiting for a bit of an opportunity to present itself. And I mean, if Moldova focuses in over on towards Romania, Serbia is going to hit them. But if they focus on Serbia, Romania is going to hit them. So this is a triangle of doom that we have.
Oh my goodness, yeah, they are all centered up onto that northern side. That really leaves things open for Germany and for Poland. making it necessary to clear the back, right? They got to get rid of Georgia probably, but honestly, the way this ridge works, they can just fight it out amongst themselves, not really going to hear too much from Georgia. And that's going to be Slashy going out there, very quickly done. Georgia does take out a couple of Poland, but again, easy res to come back on up. Now we just wait for that zone.
Yeah, and now with Ibiza coming back up, it is going to be a party for Poland. So let's see how the teams will look to play it out. Georgia, though, they've been making a lot of noise over on towards that far eastern side of zone. And nobody has really paid too much attention or really focused in onto that region all too much. But I think once this northwestern positioning has kind of been resolved, they could find themselves in quite a bit of a sticky spot. So I hope for Georgia that they find a way to kind of get out of there and turn this moment of stillness, at least towards them, into an opportunity to get a good repositioning and turn the tables on the opposition here.
Oh, kick very, very low there, 1 HP. Serbia, 1 elim on the board so far, not a full squad this time around, but still able to do a whole bunch of control. Moldova gonna have a really hard time getting up here, especially as that zone is now starting to move in. I mean, I don't know, what do you do if you're them? I almost want to say you go round to the warehouse, try and get rid of Poland or something. They're currently very busy with the solo from Georgia, which I have no idea how he managed to get out of the buildings, but there you go.
Oh, risky play. Oh!
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, again, we have that very aggressive tennis match happening, right? Because it's Serbia, Moldova, and Romania having quite a bit of a back and forth. I mean, Serbia had a good response onto Romania. Now it was Moldova that jumped at the opportunity. And here we go as Romania starts to close it up, picking up those eliminations left, right, and center. Redox now have only added 1 additional point to their overall tally. Things are still pretty tough. Serbia holding on to a 2-piece. Poland off in the distance. Koa now trying to see if they can find a little bit of coverage, but Romania starting to ride the ridge. And I think a big saving grace here, at least for the side of Serbia, is the fact that Moldova is looking to apply the pressure, and so much of a saving grace that Serbia makes their way right back into the lobby. And as you've pointed out, they didn't pick up a whole lot of points. They got 3, but they had a whole warehouse full of points coming into this match. So again, I don't think they are going to be all to face, though.
Sorry, France is still here?
Yeah.
Where did Norvelo pop up from?
He's been in that one spot the whole time. He's not moved.
That's crazy.
He's been playing the serious game of hide and seek. But
all right.
Romania, they're looking pretty good at this point, right? They've added yet again an intense amount of eliminations. They've got 13 up. Yes, they need about 15 points to catch up to be on par with Serbia. And if they keep this momentum going, they could very well surpass Serbia in just this single match. France, unfortunately, are not going to live to tell the tale past 5th place, as they will get sent on away. But now,
I love that.
Who's going to have it? Yeah.
I love that Redox was the one to finish off Narvelo, so that's 100% 2 squad wipes under his belt here for this game. Putin is in a little bit of a world of hurt here. A step bro does go on down. Redox put low, though, by Poland. I mean, it's really just one of those plays across the ridge. How do you do this? And Putin does go on down there. That is going to be Moldova eliminated. But 4th place, a really good show for them. But Romania just going to be moving up over the top of these hills, over onto Poland, waiting for Nemad, making sure that they don't get too over peaky here. As Nemad is going to go after Cloud, but that's not going to happen. Bunny taking him on out and unable to see Cloud, so Cloud's going to steal that point away, but that is going to be an easy wipe for the rest of them to come up through, and now it's just a 1v3 over onto Georgia. Cloud has to do something here, but can he do it?
Well, we're going to find out. I think the answer is pretty obvious, right? The answer is no. Romania coming in with their version of a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. They did this on day 1 as well, right? They got Miramar, and then they got Sanhok. And now, well, they're looking to do the same kind of thing here. They got the chicken dinner over on Erangel, the last one, and of course, the very first Miramar for the day. So a very well-deserved victory yet again, going in favor here of Romania. Not exactly 21 eliminations this time around, but boy, did they get exceptionally close to that once again. Instead, finishing off on 18. Redox definitely carrying the team on their shoulders throughout this match, but Romania doing some absolutely phenomenal things. You can see there 17 eliminations because the blue took that last player out, right? Cherry on top. Cherry on top. Yeah.
Amazing. I also love that Redox, he got knocked, but his knees weren't even allowed to touch the ground before Cloud did go out to the zone there. So he did he even really get fully knocked if he wasn't on his knees? I don't think so.
It counts for damage taken though, right? So there's that. But yeah, it just makes the stats look as impressive as they are currently looking right here. But yeah, Redox has been cooking it up. 9 knocks, 10 eliminations. And, you know, the rest of the team almost getting halfway to where they were. But if you look at the damage, though, between Bunny and Overlaid, right, it also almost pretty much adds up to Redox's damage. So a pretty efficient play coming through from Romania. That consistency just absolutely locking in. And, of course, there's no surprise. Like, looking at the performance that Romania brought through last year, they've decided this year they're going to try and one-up themselves. And, yeah, they definitely have succeeded quite a bit in that.
I can't believe we've had 5 games and 2 winners.
Yeah.
That's an insane stat. 3 games over to Serbia, 2 over to Romania. I mean, who's really going to take this last one? Do you truly think that either Serbia or Romania are actually going to just go ahead and have fun and take the final win? Or is it going to be somebody else?
I mean, sticking to the pattern, I would say maybe Romania. But I would realistically love to see another country step up and claim a win at chicken dinner, right? Because why not? It just helps the whole situation along. But you got to give it to Romania coming through with 27 points, right? Last year, they also brought in an absolutely devastating performance as well. It was on Erangel, however, not quite Miramar. But it's good to see a nice balanced serving of action coming through from the Romanian side. 27 points. I mean, if you add up a few of the teams over on the right hand side, you also eventually get up to 27. So that's pretty scary, right? That is. Yeah. So if you count the top 3 teams, the second, third, and fourth place, if you count all of that together, you get to 25. So it's not quite 27 just yet. So absolutely ridiculous performance coming through there from the Romanian side. But that's why we're here. We are here to see who is going to look to stump who. And so far the answer is, well, Romania and Serbia, they're stumping everybody.
So true. I just can't get over 27 points to 9. Poland, or rather Romania, tripling the amount of points that second place has right now is actually insane. What is good to see, though, is that almost everybody here does have at least 1 point, except for Hungary, who went out just a little too early there. But it is nice to see everybody at least getting 1 to 3 points across the board, and we'll see how that pans out for them. But with 1 game left, I'm not sure for certain teams how much they can really do now.
Yeah, but still very, very impressive, irrespective of the overall placements. And I mean, now we got to see how this all adds up, right? How it all tallies into the big old overall standings that we have. Well, we'll get into that in a moment. Of course, first we got to look at the head-to-head, right? So we are going to compare 2 of our countries here. Who will it be? Of course, it's Romania and the lovely players coming through from Belarus. So just look at all these stats, right? Absolutely insane. 8 versus 17. 3,000 again versus 1,600. And then, of course, well, you can't even talk about the assists and the knockouts because it's just ever so slightly different, right? It's a modest way of saying there's big difference.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a little bit hard to compare these two. Belarus have had an okay performance so far today. We've been seeing a little bit from them. I mean, they jump into 4th place with this, right? But Romania comes in and takes the cake here. Serbia being bumped down to 2nd place, 76 to 67, just over or just shy of 10 points there difference. And then the jump is huge down into 3rd place. Montenegro still is there with 40. Belarus jump into 4th place with 35. You also see Moldova jumping into 6th place. Georgia and Poland turning up the heat as well, 23 and 21 points each. So again, it's just a case of these other teams are almost not really getting a chance to play because the big top 3 are really doing work.
But you also got to commend the performance that we are looking at here for Montenegro, right? I mean, last year, right, they had 39 points after 2 whole days of finals, right? Today, they've got 40 points in 1 day after 5 games. Right, so a big increase coming through on their end. So, you know, irrespective of where Montenegro finish, I would be super proud of them because they have brought in quite a big improvement in the overall amount of points that they've been able to secure here. So absolutely loving this for them, and things are looking pretty good. And you know what? It's even better. It's essentially the same roster that played, and so the improvement is there. Right? Well done. Well done. Very impressive stuff. But yep, this is our first page, and we ended with Spain all the way over in that 11th position. Absolutely crazy. The top 2 teams sitting with all those winner chicken dinners. But now then we move on to the rest of it, and it is going to be where we find Czech Republic, France, Latvia, Hungary, and Croatia. And we were talking about this a little bit. It's unfortunate to see France sitting in the spot that they find themselves right now, right?
Yeah.
Last year, they were looking golden. They were looking absolutely amazing, right? They played really well, having a lot more of a challenging time this time around. So it's unfortunate to see, but, you know, that's sometimes just the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
It is indeed. I'm also surprised to see Czech Republic actually so far down the leaderboard because I thought they've been actually playing really, really well. They've been in that mid-phase game time and time again. They had some great plays against Belarus. They were really looking very good in that last Miramar as well. Just going out a little bit early, but to have them so far down is really surprising to me.
Yeah, that's kind of just the way it goes, right? It's always... It all depends on the different experiences that the teams have throughout the year, right? How the players perform, and of course what the mental positioning is moving into this, right? How much of the pressure of these games actually get to them. But of course, with all that being said, we have one single match left to go. The last one, number 18. It's about to find its way on through. So, of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So, should be sure to stay tuned and let's see what action these teams have for us. Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the day has arrived. Oh, we've seen two countries secure the winner chicken dinners. First it was Serbia, then it was Romania. And now the big question is, will anybody else step up and claim a winner chicken, or rather, will they be allowed to claim a winner chicken dinner?
Yeah.
That is going to be the big question, right? Because if it is up to Serbia or Romania, the answer is just an indefinite no. It's like there's no other way to get around it. But of course, that's not the way it works, right? Somebody's going to have their opportunity or their chance to get that winner chicken dinner secured. I'm hoping it's somebody else just because why
Just for
not?
funsies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be absolutely great. But, I mean, we've been seeing teams and countries definitely upping the ante, upping the performances that they've been bringing through. Just even as we were playing all the way through today's matches, right? Going from match number 1 to match number 5. It's been an amazing upward trend. We've seen aggression coming through from all sides. But it all boils down to what they can do in the last one, right? Who knows? We could see a country like Croatia or Poland come in clutch, get that winner chicken dinner, and catapult themselves up those overall standings. We could even have Hungary have an absolutely amazing game. I mean, Latvia could blow one out of the water, right? We've seen them also secure winner chicken dinners before. We've seen them do it, but who will do it for the last time, right? That is going to be the big question. It could be Belarus. It could be Lithuania. It could be anybody. Right, there's so many potential countries that could take the victory, and there's only one way for us to find out. We're gonna have to watch the match.
We're gonna have to watch the match. It's very close to starting as well. I mean, we've apart from the obvious sort of three, I want to kind of put Montenegro in with Serbia and Romania. Have they won a game? No. They still got 40 points, so they still got a little bit of a gap from the rest of them. But apart from those three, I feel like Czech has been really good today. Belarus has been really good today. Lithuania also. Georgia being able to sneak in every time to that top 5 situation has also been really good for them. So, like, these teams are playing well. It's just that they get so overwhelmed by the performances that we've seen from the top 2, top 3, that there's just been no room for them. So if they can actually make sure that they can get something going there and actually get past that, get past those teams, then maybe, we could see a team absolutely come in new and win the game.
I mean, even if you look at a team, so Georgia, for instance, what I think they've been doing quite well today is positioning themselves in such a way that when teams start rotating up, when there's an opportunity or an angle for something to happen, they're right there in that rotational pathway, right? So that's what they've been able to capitalize on quite a bit here today. Azerbaijan, they've just been relentless. They've just chose violence, right?
True.
They're like, you know what? There's somebody there. Let's rush in. Let's see what happens, and let's risk it. Let's see, maybe we get a little bit of something, right? As a result, not the craziest amount of placement points that they could have, but they've definitely locked in the amount of eliminations, right? Of course, scoring a very decent play on that. But of course, as is tradition, with at least one match somewhere along the way, we're going to have to try again, right? So on that, we are going to be taking a quick break while we get everything set up and ready to roll. So bear with us. The last game will return pretty soon, and we'll see you right when that happens. let's try this again. Game number last is coming in hot. The final match to see who's going to end up where. Who's going to get that very last chicken dinner that's up for grabs. We've already had our discussion as to who it could maybe be, but we don't know. Hopefully it's going to be one of the 16 teams. That's, I think, the only guaranteed part that we know. It's going to be one of the 16. Which one? We'll find out soon enough. But so if you've got any predictions in the chat, let us know. You can see Romania as well as Georgia. A little bit of Belarus in the chat. There's a lot of support. We've got Moldova also getting a lot of love coming through there as well. So if you've not shouted out the country that you are here to support, show them some love, and let's see who can get this game under their belt, add the points up, because the point situation is very interesting at this point, right? I mean, we have, obviously, as we've established already, a few that are well in the lead, and then a few others that could definitely close that gap up quite quickly. So, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, at what point do you say, oh, there's not gonna, I mean, you're not gonna get that many points, you're not gonna kind of get where you need to be, right? I kind of feel like 10th place is decently low to kind of like, okay, you can still do a whole bunch of stuff and get a whole bunch of points in this game, but kind of 12th and downwards is looking a little bit worse for wear, right? 17 points, 16 points. Even if you had like a 25-point game, that's still not really going to put you probably where you need to be. You know, Lithuania, Moldova, all these teams are still going to have good games as well.
There's a high probability for that to be exactly what is going to happen next. And yeah, so I think at the end of the day, the best you can do is, well, your best, right? Try and see, can you get to where you want to go positional-wise within that map, rotational-wise, elimination-wise. Hopefully it all works out, and may the best teams win. That's essentially what we can go for, right?
Yep.
That's all we can hope to see. But yeah, we are getting ready for our very final flight path, and of course our very final first zone to make its way on in, right? And I want to start like a drum roll thing, but I'm not quite sure if you know, it's going to be audible. But either which way, it's going to be a thing. Just imagine that, you know, that it's happening. Use a little bit of that imaginations to see where it goes.
Stretch your brains
but
out,
yeah,
folks.
it is getting pretty close as we continue to push through it. And I mean, that's just that last little stretch, that last little bit to see who will be the ones to crown it. And in fact, looking at what we've had throughout the group stages, we've had multiple countries secure themselves winner chicken dinners, right? We've had Latvia get some, we've had Romania get 2, so no surprise to see them get 2 again. We did see the players there from Moldova, we've seen Lithuania, we've seen Germany, we've seen Montenegro, Georgia, Belarus, as well as Azerbaijan. So it could be any of them, or it could be someone new. Open to suggestions, but here we are. The flight path is going to start over on towards that eastern side, take us all the way down to Partona. And so now it is go time as the teams start to make the jump and will look to get themselves situated.
But the teams that like to go like Cabrera and El Pozo, Montenegro is still going to be a little bit of a hard drop, but the teams over onto that northwestern side really hurting right now. Really puts a wrench in the works, and that delay of trying to find vehicles and actually having to go there by car is going to mean that there's a massive delay in everything they do in their game. So we'll have to see how that works out for them when it's the last game. Everything like that matters. Everything like that counts. But are they going to go to maybe a secondary drop if that's the case? We'll have to see. At the same time, what if we have hot drop on secondary drop spots, right? That's entirely possible. We could have hot drops on car locations, on those car spawns as well. So we are looking at a little bit of perhaps a problematic zone, especially when how many teams have just dropped at the edge there? Oh, that is nasty. DK, you mentioned you wanted this like game 1. Game 6 has heard you, came echoing across time, and yeah, we've got it now.
That's how I roll, right? We mentioned in game 1, we got it game 2 actually, when we were on our very first Erangel of the day. We had a zone very similar to this, just in the opposite direction. And hey, now it's going to be Crater Fields right up in center zone. So the name of the game here is get rid of a bit of pressure, like we see Croatia doing here. Unfortunately, at the expense of France. But after that, grab a vehicle and get your butts into the next zone. Oh, no, Bubby. Bubby was AFK.
Rip Bubby.
Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Well,
that is unfortunate.
Latvia also sharing in the carnage that we have happening on screen right now. But it is going to be a pretty tough play here still for Marin. Jump shot is in. Narvalo playing a big old game of knock, and there we go. Croatia don't quite make it out of here to live to tell the tale of the final match. But France, at least for the time being, survive with 2 players up. But we've got Belarus in the vicinity as well as Latvia.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, not exactly the start that France or Croatia really wanted. This is exactly the start that Latvia are looking for, though, right? They're a little bit further up on that leaderboard. They got a little bit less to play for, and they're just feeling like maybe doing a cheeky third party is exactly up their alley. Get a few quick points coming in there. In the elim feed, though, we do see Serbia actually going head-to-head here and against Hungary, and Bisk does get knocked, so we'll see how that goes out at a later date. But Rob's on the front line here. Narvalo doesn't seem to have any meds at all, so it's basically a 1v3 at this point. Gonna try and get those rifle shots, does something or other, dodges that molly. But now what do you do? It's such a difficult place to play. Ugh, you do nothing. Narvalo does nothing. He can't do anything. There's nothing he can do. Narvalo is going to go down. It's a 1v4 now. Rob's up on the top side. Not much he can do, especially with those Molotovs spreading out over that top side there. He's backed into a corner. All he can do is try and SK12 his way out of this, but nothing he can do. DK, France, out with 2 points, but 2 points is not going to be enough.
I'll just say, no.
No.
That's unfortunate. I mean, GG to France, they tried, but unfortunately, Latvia, they tried a little bit harder, and they got the great third-party opportunity right then and there. Speaking about trying, it's going to be Hungary and the side there of Serbia trying to settle their differences. Who will get it? Well, it seems like the answer is Serbia.
Yeah.
Serbia will get the opportunity. They will get the plays here. Of course, we do see Germany making their way out of here as well. So we are down to only 12 remaining teams. That is all we have. And so far, not quite what we want to have the teams full this quickly. But hey, it is the final match. Anything goes, right? So if you want to ramp it up and get super aggressive, this is exactly the time to do just that.
It sure is, especially with that kind of zone, right? You're able to do just basically anything and everything that you like. So, that's alright. Moving into zone, there's plenty of opportunities to move into zone. No one's really taking any of that edge play here. Montenegro could have some problems coming in through Valle del Mar. Moldova as well, but should be a fairly easy opportunity to get into zone. And actually, in some ways, DK, this is actually the nicest zone we've had all day, because look how much opportunity there is for all of these teams to actually just play their game.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you want to have, right? I know it's a little bit late, but hey, it could still make quite a bit of a change for a lot of our participating countries right here. So just try and play as good a game as you possibly can. I mean, especially looking up in towards Montenegro, Picado, all those edge positions. I think there's going to be a little bit of contention over towards that positioning itself. So now with Azerbaijan starting to move up through La Driera up towards Montenegro, I think there could be quite a few opportunities up for grabs, but that is, of course, if they choose to engage.
I mean, Romania just moving down La Bandita. Again, there's not a whole lot to say at this point in time, right? They're all kind of just doing their own thing. They're all getting into zone on their own time. Being very cautious about it, right? You don't want to be too reckless with any of this. Czech and Serbia actually could go head-to-head. They're looking a little bit too close for my comfort, certainly. And over into the actual zone, we are seeing a little bit of a mix-up here, just because everybody's trying to get to that center zone. Everybody's trying to get that position. But in reality, I don't think they're actually all that close.
Yeah, like I said, they have to put a sticker on this map. Objects appear much closer than they truly are. And I think that will actually work out well for quite a few of our teams here as they will start their rotations. We did see Poland all the way out in the blue having to cover a little bit of ground. Fortunately, we are still in the early stages here, right? So stage 1 blue, not going to be all too devastating. What is, however, going to be devastating is Tuba coming through with that M249 spray down from up on the hill, just absolutely lasering into the side there of Spain.
Oh dear, oh my. Goodness me, that's going to be 1 point going over to them. The Elam feed's starting to line up as well here, with something going on over somewhere. I didn't quite catch who that was, actually. Moving on in, but Latvia do have 4 Elams. You mentioned Latvia earlier, DK. This is the game. This is the only game for them to step up and do something if they really want to. And right now, full squad under their belt, 3 still up. It's looking quite good for them. Good start.
Very good indeed. But now, Serbia also have quite a bit of ground to cover. Right? You can see the monster trucks, the UAZs, everything coming into play here. UAVs. UAZs, yes. That thing. It's the vehicle, the cars, the mobiles, the thingies that can get them to where they need to go. Even the Formula 1 cars, the McLarens. I wonder if anyone has ever really tried that. Taking a Formula 1 car into the desert, trying to drive up a hill. I don't quite think it makes sense.
No,
I don't think it would.
so
But anyway, we'll leave it. It's game logic. So at least for that, it makes sense, right? But yeah, here we go. Azerbaijan also going to look to kind of get themselves positioned as they're wrapping a little bit further up on towards the northern approaches. They could maybe be opting into La Cobreria, as it seems to be their chosen location. I think it's a good setup, right? Good position to play off of, especially moving in towards the zone. Nobody really being within line of sight of that, so they're not really going to see if Azerbaijan does decide to pull into there. I mean, Spain is going to be ever so slightly distracted by the fact of Belarus being to their south. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Czech and Romania having a bit of a back and forth again up on the hills. Oh, look at that. Redox super low on that HP. Not quite sure if we're going to have another play from Redox, as it does seem like Czech Republic is going to deny that from even coming close. So far, Romania sitting with only 1 point to their name, and if Czech continues to do this, they could put a very quick stop to any potential advances coming through from Romania. But again, Romania not going to be all too phased, right? They've come into this match with more than enough points, so they're not going to be all too phased. But as we've mentioned previously, it is going to be up to the rest of the lobby, right? All those countries that need points, this is the opportunity. This is that last chance, the last stand that they can make to secure themselves on those overall rankings. In the meanwhile, Czech actually very active, right? Quite a bit of movement coming through here from them as they look to clear out the area.
Yeah, I like to see that from them as well. We're seeing that from a few different teams, just trying to clear things out, trying to scout out, get all that info, maintain their mobility, really just get a little bit of momentum built as well here. Moldova's doing it, Georgia is doing it, Serbia, Czech, Latvia, all of them are actually really trying to spread out as much as possible. Redux The man of the hour in the last Miramar, unable to show us his skills in this one now. He goes out first. Or rather, third for Romania. There's only a solo left up. I didn't catch that. So Romania not going to be able to get a third win here unless by some marvelous miracle something else happens. Which I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest.
I mean, unless they get a respawn. Which is not a thing in this game at all.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, well, look at that, though. That nade from Chris coming in hot. Sticky bomb across the way.
It was the
I think
sticky,
that's the first sticky bomb. That's the first sticky bomb I've seen being used in competitive.
Yeah, and it's the first elim I've seen with a sticky bomb. So really being utilized in the esports world. Love to see that. And that's going to be Serbia pushing on up into Latvia. Latvia needed these points so badly, and Serbia absolutely does not, but they do not care. Latvia is going to be going on out there, and Serbia able to stick up as 3, and Biscay with 5. I mean, Biscay did go out early in the last Miramar, so he's really raring to go on this one.
Yeah, you can't fault them for their efforts right here, but look at the effort coming through. As it is going to be Poland getting eliminated. But that was Czech also getting just absolutely... How though? Okay, well, it was by a grenade. But that was a crazy play. Like, I would not have seen that one coming. That was just like, huh? Who did the thing and then whoop, it's gone.
Yeah, I thought he was out part in the blue zone or something. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and they weren't even in the blue. They were in zone over on the eastern side, quite comfortably. Crazy. Yeah, Pubg, hey, Pubg, amazing game. In the meanwhile, it's gonna be watch me now from the side of Moldova. I see if they can survive not only the blue, but also the potential plays that Georgia might have in store for them. Fortunately, though, Georgia, they're like, it's fine. We'll just move a little bit further away. But in doing so, they also then put themselves quite in reach of Azerbaijan.
They do. And Azerbaijan have an excellent little area look down onto them. Excellent angle. I will just go ahead and mention, though, that the zone is about to pop, but the entire eastern side and south side, where the zone has actually gone, is completely free. Like, no one's in there. Everybody is to the west and everybody is to the north. So we're about to see now with that zone shift quite a few plays coming through here. Belarus had a really good zone spot here, but now they're going to have to move. And really that puts them back onto equal footing with everybody. EXO from Romania going to be headed in there first as that solo, trying to get a spot to survive in. And Montenegro as well, still here, still waiting, looking for an entry, and that might just have found one over onto Belarus.
Yeah, they might have. Let's see if that plan is going to pan out for them as they do start to send it on up. Meanwhile, Serbia, they're still in it, right? I'm trying to figure out where I just spotted them, but I'm not quite sure where Serbia is. I don't see them on that map. I might be blind, which is also not impossible. But, yeah, I think they're really good at playing hide and seek. And this is probably the best game of hide and seek that they are playing because I simply can't see them.
Yeah.
Huh. Amazing. That is magical.
Fantastic.
Well done. Color me confused. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Georgia and Spain having a bit of a back and forth here. As you can see, Spain now holding on the outskirts, trying to pressure their way through, trying to reach in with the utility. Beautiful bit of an off angle, though, coming through there from Serbia, up on the hill. Yes, the pink dots that you can see up on that mini-map. Found them. They were hiding in plain sight.
They sure were.
I said there's a high chance that I'm blind, and well, it turns out I was. But that is a really good off angle for them to have, especially seeing how they can reach into that compound, right? Just serving it straight into Georgia. But in the same breath, Spain also needs to be quite careful as to how they try and aggress on towards Georgia, because you can bet your plate on it that Serbia is going to try and capitalize on that opportunity.
It's not only Serbia, you got Lithuania into right behind them as well. And actually, Lithuania are full sending it 2-2 split either side of the road over onto this fight going on here. So Spain, I think they've realized what's going on. They know that their time is limited. I don't even know if they can even get out of this. Georgia as well is looking at the new threat going, oh my goodness, what have we got ourselves into? So they're going to have to be very clever with this one. I mean, do they just do gentleman's agreement and go, hey, so about the fight, do you not, like, want to, or something? I mean, I don't think they can even get out of this, because the hold that Lithuania has now put down upon them means that neither of those teams can actually get out.
The best, I think, essentially one of the only methods that you could use at this point is you take one of your utilities in hand, right? The sticky one or whatever, and then you just run to the opposing team and try and give them a hug and see what happens.
Yeah.
Right. That way you know that the issue is resolved. Everybody gets out of there, not quite in the most appropriate way, but hey, right? It solves something. Also, speaking about solving things, right? I'm looking at Belarus and Montenegro getting real up close and almost uncomfortable with each other over here, as the zone has shifted a little bit more now towards the eastern side. So Belarus have to bring in a quick little bit of reposition. Exo, though, from Romania, right in center zone. Beautiful read on what that zone could have brought through. And speaking about beautiful, look at Cloud. Sending Spain up in a cloud of mist there as the shots just connect on through, trying to find the place, but unfortunately is not going to be able to follow through on that, as Lithuania and Spain now turn the tables against Georgia.
Goodness me, Georgia been trying their best here, really giving it a go. Gets one. Makara could do more here. Nicely done. That wasn't a point over to him. That was Biscay grabbing that one. But still, it gets him out of a sticky situation. But maybe it's just out of the frying pan into the fire. Only time will tell there, as Lithuania now look to scoop up what is left of them. We'll see, though. The zone has moved over down to the south side. So now we're on board with Montenegro, trying to defend against Belarus or find an opening somewhere that gets them past Belarus. Because right now, Belarus are trying to do a little bit of a cheeky gatekeep here. But Rogo has spotted somebody. Oh, silence. Okay, knocks himself. So that's Lithuania.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Sure. Cool.
Yeah, the only thing that can beat silence is silence, right? You fight silence with silence. As you would fight fire with fire, silence with silence. That's just the way it goes. We'll have a quick little bit of a look here at the replay from Georgia's side. Absolutely amazing stuff. And then, of course, just fighting everything and anything all around Makara. Almost getting that hit up into Puppy. Not quite making the necessary connections. But that was exactly when Biscay took that play and got that count in for themselves. We do see a few knocks. It is going to be still the side of Lithuania up on that hill that is now losing trouble. They still have one player left, I believe. Woodson, that has now made a push further and further into the zone itself. Meanwhile, Azerbaijan trying to contest against the side of Serbia for control of the north.
This is interesting. Could go quite well. Azerbaijan has been a team that's been picking up momentum over the last few games, slowly but surely. Quietly but surely, but Biscay's got 8 points on the board, 11 elims for Serbia right now. I mean, how do you kind of beat that even? They've even got the Golden Hacienda Mustang, so that's just aura points right there. But Azerbaijan might try and do something here. Melaz does go down. That's going to be the sweep over. And that's Serbia. Done. Nearly. Biscay falls.
Yeah.
Biscay falls. There we go. Done and dusted. Azerbaijan not phased by the Golden Murado. Gonna just sweep over that hill, take control, and nicely done there. Azerbaijan picking up some well-needed points. 4 points on the board for them. It is a great start as we start to see the zone moving on up now. It's centered up on Exo again. How has he managed that? Some great shots being played, though, over onto Serbia. And valiant effort from Serbia, but, you know, they're fine. They're happy.
Yeah.
They're just chilling,
I was almost about to say, like, oh no, not again. 4 chickens in one day. Oh, I mean, there's a point where you should just maybe relax a little bit, right? So, I guess for Serbia, relaxing is locking in chickens, right?
Yeah.
It's just going absolutely crazy. So
why not?
yeah, it's insane to even just consider that as a thing. But
Yeah,
Azerbaijan, they are going to be liking these points a little bit more. That's now gone in their direction. Romania also not necessarily going on a rampage, right? They still have only EXO left to kind of try and ride the storm out, see where it can take them. Is it going to get them well into the final few circles? It might, because if we look at how Montenegro is positioned, how Lithuania is positioned, how Belarus and Azerbaijan are positioned, there's a high probability chance that Romania could still survive quite a bit of the zone. But as you can see, they have pretty much the same odds as Lithuania does in getting that winner chicken dinner. So are they going to go against the odds and maybe prove it all wrong, or will those odds be exactly on point?
time will tell. And I do want to also point out in EXO's favor here, also actually in Lithuania's favor as well, the big three teams here with all those players still up are kind of just looking at each other from cliffways, and the solos are apart from Woodson, but EXO is down in the valley. So there's a lot of chance that these teams are just going to fight it out above his head, not really look down towards him. As long as he keeps quiet, he's looking at a top 3 here.
Yeah, become one with the terrain, just kind of blend in, disappear. And it's interesting that none of these other teams have really considered moving towards the compounds, but it makes sense because it's on the low ground, right? And you're essentially giving up the high ground positioning that you currently have control over. So the zone, I think, is going to be the big decider here. But now, this being Miramar, we're probably not going to see a super aggressive shift come through with regards to this final play. So there could still be quite a bit of an angle, quite a bit of an opportunity to be had here, as the teams are going to look to settle this final dispute to see who will be the one to walk away with that chicken dinner in hand. I gotta love the angles though for Montenegro. Right, one of the only few teams here with a full squad, well, one of 3, the big 3s that are sitting nice and steadily, just every now and again, popping a few shots in. Yes, they have a few points to their name, but are they going to be able to close it up and seal the deal? Because, I mean, Montenegro, they were one of the top 3 that you were mentioning a little bit earlier on, right? Azerbaijan, they could do with a few additional points. I mean, they have 4 already, plus placement points, so it could see them moving up considerably with regards to the overall standings, right? How far, we don't quite know, but we'll find out when we get there. Belarus, they're also going to be looking to just strengthen the overall positioning that they've got. But I think a big one here could definitely also then be for Lithuania, looking to do a very similar kind of thing here. Again, they have no eliminations, they only have placement points, and that is it. So it's essentially a fight between our top 7 teams coming into this lobby.
Yeah, what a way that it's panned out, right? All these teams all needing points from each other and risking giving them to each other instead. It's gonna be an interesting one to watch. It looks like EXO might be on his last legs here. Yep, EXO does get Khan, gets another point on the board, and well done to EXO here. He's gonna try and do something, but he tried to step out, tried to get to a vehicle. It isn't going to work, so that's going to be 5th place for them. But he does grab another elimination. Now, this means that Azerbaijan have had to kind of reset a little bit. That's given Montenegro time to move in. And that also means Belarus are going to backstab Montenegro. Great nade from Hardman, though. Excellent push coming in here, or excellent defense of that push. Pole coming through, getting rid of them, and Montenegro just disintegrating in front of our eyes.
I mean, this is beautiful for Azerbaijan, looking to block it in. The shotties coming in clutch here as Montenegro gets swept under the rug. Down we go. It is Azerbaijan, Belarus, and Lithuania. right? 3 of our top 7 teams now trying to fight it out, looking to see who can get into which position. Of course, Azerbaijan team pushing up from the rear, coming in that 7th position with 26 points. That's what they started off with. And currently, they find themselves with 8 eliminations up. So I think for Belarus, they're going to try and keep Azerbaijan at bay as best they can. Not quite sure if they are going to be able to accomplish that. But I think for Lithuania, a good play would be to try and at least maybe secure 1 elimination. Because Lithuania will have to rotate. They will have to move forward because they're not currently within that zone.
I mean, 8 points for Azerbaijan. Even if they go out now, it's a great game for them, right? Because you got those top 3 placement points, as well as, and now they've got all the loot in the world they want. Woodson has done an incredible job of actually staying put. Ramzik finds him, not before Woodson gets rid of him, though. Delete the evidence, back to the lobby with you, Ramzik, but now Belarus way knowing exactly what's going on here. They need to make sure that he gets taken out immediately there. Oh, some nice, really nice nades coming through here, but the smokes, Woodson with the smokes actually doing really, really well.
But can he do good enough? That's going to be the big question. The angles are there. Oh, Woodson taking damage from both sides now as Belarus wraps it up. Lithuania is out of here. So it is Belarus versus the side of Azerbaijan. Looking to see which one is going to be the country to lock in that final winner chicken dinner. The good news is, though, we have a new country rising to the occasion, getting a chicken. But we have a bit of a pattern evolving as well, right? 3 chickens, 2 chickens, 1 chicken.
Yes, indeed. I almost, to be honest, I'm going to be honest here. I kind of want Belarus to win it because I feel like Belarus have been just nearly getting the win basically all day. So it would be nice for them to just close out the evening with a win that they've been trying to get so much. But Azerbaijan seem to be, maybe not in a perfect position, but Keystone does go down. Pole's trying to reposition back to his teammates. Oh, Technic does go down as well, though, so that is a trade. Here comes another spray. Hardman trying to do his best, but no, not going to happen. Melvin coming in with that clutch there as well. So now, all of a sudden, we've come down to a 1v2 Pole over there, but he has all the info. No, he doesn't. A spray comes across. Belarus will take the final game of the Iesf European Qualifier Finals.
I mean, what a finish. What a way to close it off, right? Belarus, they got the last chicken on Erangel in the group stage. Now they get the last chicken of the finals right here over towards the lovely Miramar. And what a way to close it up. I mean, you got to give it to Azerbaijan, though, because that was a pretty tough play to make, right? I mean, the final few players standing out in the open, everybody looking at each other, and they go like, okay, are we going to do this, or what's going to happen next? And they all just said, sure, let's go. And they went for it. And of course, only one team can make it out. One team can survive, and only one can get that winner chicken dinner. And of course, it was none other than Belarus. Melvin also doing some pretty impressive work here. Some good shots getting fired across the way, but Melvin the one to close it up, to land the final blow. And with that, secure the points for the side here of Belarus. Interesting though that Tuba and Melvin were the 2 carriers of the team.
Yeah, I mean, Tuba once again carrying the team here. 5 elims. I mean, yeah, Melvin coming in clutch with those last 2 elims to win the game, basically. So, some good stuff. But Tuba, we see him time and time again being able to clutch it out, being able to get those elims. So, GG's on that front there. Yeah, Belarus, I said I wanted them to win. I said I wanted them to win a game tonight because from game 1 earlier in the evening, they were wanting that win. They were wanting it. They had that second place. Then they had like top 5, top 6, top 2. So it's really nice to see them being able to clutch it out in the last game, and it's just satisfying to be able to get what you wanted.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. So happy for them. And of course, this match resulted in a lot of rotations. As you can see, nearly 350 kilometers being covered in this past match alone. So some pretty impressive stuff. Fortunately, the fuel is for free. You just got to find it, right? So they don't have to worry about maintenance or any of those things when it comes to the vehicles itself. The hit's also coming in from quite a way away, right? 294-meter hit. The longest one that we've seen in this past game. But of course, not a lot of throwables getting used because the teams just chose to get up close and personal, and 3 of them hitting the double digits. Belarus coming through with 17, Azerbaijan finishing on 14, and then of course Serbia finishing their final stand right there with 12 points in the bag. But now it's going to be the big question. Will those 12 points be enough to catch up to the 5 points that Romania brought in? Right, there was 9 points difference on the overall standings between first and second place. It doesn't really matter where they finish off, but hey, bragging rights, it's amazing. Of course, Moldova doing a phenomenal job alongside the Czech Republic here, both finishing on the 7 points there. Lithuania coming through on 6, Romania and Latvia. Unfortunately for Latvia, they needed a few more points than 5, but that is what they were allowed to get, right? They got 5 points. Tied up there with the side of Romania. Montenegro, they didn't need points, but they got points. They got 4 on board. So well done to them. Taking a look at the second page, Georgia adding 3 more alongside Poland, Spain, and France coming with 2 apiece. And then, of course, Germany and Croatia picking up a point each. And Hungary, getting a bag of donuts.
Yeah, real shame from some of these teams. I wanted them to do well so badly, but the domination we've seen from the last 2, the top 2, Serbia and Romania, right? The domination we've seen from them just means that none of these teams had a chance to do anything except be as good as those 2 teams. We are seeing Belarus and Serbia head-to-head here for our post-match 6 for that last game of Miramar. 7 elims to 11. I mean, the stats are fairly similar a little bit. The knockouts are way more on the Serbian side, but hey, you know what? Yeah. It's okay. The actual elims aren't that different.
Yeah, not too much of a difference in the overall performance of that. But hey, Belarus did what they needed to do. They got their hands on that winner chicken dinner, and they did so in great fashion. But of course, the big question, the big reveal is going to be to see where the teams ended up, right? Where did they find themselves with regards to those overall standings? And of course, who will move on to the next spot, right? We'll find out in a little bit, right? We'll know in a short little while. But yeah, a very, very impressive day. A lot of exciting games that we've watched. And as I mentioned, we saw 3 chickens back-to-back, 2 chickens back-to-back, and then Belarus getting the final one that was up for grabs. So I'm happy that Serbia and Romania decided to share a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? Not because they wanted to, but it's how it played out. So yeah, well done. And of course, a big congratulations going out to Belarus. But of course, I also want to congratulate all the teams that we saw getting those winner chicken dinners throughout the group stages as well, right? There was quite a few of them that actually played absolutely amazing games. Even today, I like where this went.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They went from playing pretty good Pubg to playing pretty good Pubg, right? So it was like, I like this. This was so much fun to see these teams just making everybody proud as they were stepping out onto the battlefield. So a pretty good play. But of course, we are going to take a look at our overall standings to see where they all ended up. So let's hop straight into that.
We're waiting.
Silent drum roll. Silent drum roll. We'll get into that. And here we are. The answer is Romania coming in with 81 points. 2 points ahead of Serbia.
Oh.
To close the gap. It was 9 points and then it was 7 because, well, no, it's 3, right? Because 12 minus 5 plus the rest gets us somewhere. We can see Belarus there as well, finishing on a glorious 52 points in the bag. And here we are then with Montenegro coming through with regards to 44 points. Azerbaijan moving up. As you can see then securing themselves a grand total of 40 points. So what a way to close it up. Those 5 points going a long, long way. Lithuania as a result. Even though they added points in, they've got to move down into 6th place. And of course, they are joined with Moldova, finding themselves in a very similar situation, also heading a little bit further down. But Georgia, Poland, no move on their end. Czech Republic, they of course have moved all the way up in towards that 10th place. But yeah, there we are. And the teams doing all they could to try and secure themselves as much points as they possibly can. But we've said this already, and I'll say it again. I just want to say a big congratulations to these teams, right? Doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Like I mentioned, Montenegro, bringing in so much improvement from what we saw in the previous season. So it's really good to see such a glorious step up coming through from them, for instance. Of course, the players there from Belarus, right? Last year, they performed quite well. This year, they performed even better, right? Yeah. Landing up in towards that top 3rd place. And of course, that's going all the way from back in group stage, right? Looking at how these teams performed. And then, of course, onto the final day of play. But we don't just have 11 countries on this leaderboard, right? We've got more. So we'll take a look to see what that second page has in store for us as well, just to have it all be official with our teams positioning. So Croatia are going to be the ones then finishing off there with their 8 points, bagging themselves 8. They got a placement point, right? So well done. A point is a point.
Point is a
point. So that is pretty great. So yeah, then we've got Spain and Latvia also rocking up with a 21-point tie that we have right there. So yeah, I really like this for a lot of the teams that we've seen now participate in this. Of course, we got to give a big shout out to Latvia and Lithuania. It's the first time that we've seen them here in the European regional qualifiers. And I think they played a really good game. Latvia, they were absolutely soaring their way through the group stages. And they showed so much promise. But of course, the final, the one-day game, right? The one-day matchup, it goes the way it goes, right? Yeah. Some days you're amazing. Other days, it's like, if I just went there a little bit quicker, right? I could have had my toast and a cup of tea or something. Who knows, right? But yeah, I think it was a very exciting 18 games that we saw with all our participating countries in here. So again, just a big congratulations going out to all of them. And of course, we not only want to congratulate the teams that played, but also thank our viewers for tuning in and supporting their teams and their countries as much as they did. I'm pretty sure that they appreciate the living heck out of all of that. But of course, a big shout out going out to production and a big shout out going out to the Iesf for making all this magic happen for our teams. And it's very exciting to be part of all of this. But again, shout out to all the teams. You guys played amazing PUBG. It was an absolute blast to watch it.
I had fun.
Nitra, any final words?
I had a whole bunch of fun. I loved every second of this. This was so much great PUBG in 3 days. I mean, all the teams I think played really well. Again, I'm going to say it again. Yes, we had some losers. Yes, we had some winners. Fine. But I think everybody was so evenly matched. I think they've all not done a bad job. I think they all did their best. I think they all were very evenly skilled across the board. Some really good PUBG from these guys, honestly, 100%. So even if it didn't turn out how you wanted it to, I think you can still be very proud of yourself, because I saw some great PUBG in the last 3 days. So, GG's.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, so on that one, we are going to thank you all yet again for tuning in. Hope you had as much fun as we did. And again, big shout out to everybody involved in this. But on that one, we are going to end it right here. So thank you so much for being here. We look forward to seeing you all back again. But until then, stay safe, have a fantastic time, and goodbye for now.